Good, not harm, all the days of her life. She selects wool and flax and works with eager hands. She's like the merchant ships bringing her food from afar. She gets up while it is still night. She provides food for her family and portions for her female servants. She considers a field and buys it. Out of her own earnings, she plants a vineyard. She sets about her work vigorously. Her arms are strong for her tasks. She sees that her trading is profitable, and her lamp does not go out at night. In her hand, she holds the distaff and grasps the spindle with her fingers. She opens her arms to the poor and extends her hands to the needy. When it snows, she has no fear for her household, for all of them are clothed in scarlet. She makes coverings for her bed. She is clothed in fine linen and purple. Her husband is respected at the city gate, where he takes his seat among the elders of the land. She makes linen garments and sells them, and supplies the merchant with sashes. She is clothed in strength and dignity. She can laugh at the days to come. She speaks with wisdom, and faithful instruction is on her tongue. She watches over the affairs of her own household and does not eat the bread of idleness. Her children rise and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praises her. Many women do noble things, but you surpass them all. Charm is deceptive, and beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Honor her for all that her hands have done, and let her works bring her praise at the city gates. My name is Luvuyo Makalima, the director of Ukholo Nengqiqo Research Institute. We are collaborating with UNISA, the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies, along with the Department of Philosophy, Practical Theology, and Systematic Theology, in honoring our beloved Professor Masenya. I will therefore ask Professor Hurisani Ramatswana to please come and welcome all of us into this house.
Ndimacheroni, good morning, Huyamore, and I guess I can go on in other languages. Mama Mazamisa, the Mazamisa family, the representatives of the dean or of the principal and vice chancellor, our honorary Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele, family of Professor Masenya, representatives of the Ukolo Netiko Research Institute, members of the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies, members of the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology, all the members of the cluster or the theology cluster at UNISA, our guest speakers present, our esteemed guests, welcome to the third Welile Mazamisa Symposium. This year's symposium was organized, as Reverend has said, as a collaboration between the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies, the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology, and the Ukolo Netiko Research Institute. The idea of us here hosting this year's symposium emerged from the engagements that started between myself and Reverend Makalima last year. And part of our engagement basically leaned on what are we doing to honor our own? And who will honor our own if we do not honor our own ourselves? And therefore, when we had to ask ourselves, who do we honor in an occasion of this nature? For us, it was not a difficult thing to know who to honor for this occasion. The name of Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele, jumped out for us. The name of Professor Takatso Mofokeng also jumped out. So we honor these two scholars for their hermeneutical contributions in these 2 days. In so doing, we would like to dispel the myth that South African biblical scholarship, and I should say, and theological scholarship lacks hermeneutical rigor. Therefore, we want it to be known that we pride ourselves in sound hermeneutical practices which do not overlook the realities of the masses in the face of life-denying experiences and suffering, oppression, poverty, sexism, classism, landlessness, water shedding, load shedding, and the list goes on and on. Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele, and Professor Takatso Mofokeng's hermeneutical contributions set them among those who, in my language, we will call them majakandira. They make a way where there is no way. And those who open the way, the majakandira, emerge at the end wet with cuts, bruises, and thorns on their feet because they had to make a way where there was no way. These scholars started somewhere and had to carve their hermeneutical path in the context of marginalization and exclusion. Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele, you help us think hermeneutically in our own terms. Through the concept Wusadi, in you we learned to appreciate the richness of our African languages, to think and analyze in our mother tongue, and not necessarily in Europe, Western languages and concepts. In my language, it is the mother's breast through which you gain language. Ndiruambo Rwadamu. That's how we call our languages. The language of your mother's breast. In your scholarly breasts, you fed us our African concepts. In you, we learn not to let go or let die our languages, because if we do, we lose our rich heritage and our collective memory. In you, we learn that when our biblical hermeneutics is based on our linguistic and conceptual frames, we are able to gain control of the foreign biblical text and understand it in our own terms. I, for one, have not shied away from claiming that you are the mother of Black Old Testament scholarship in South Africa. And I can dare say it again on this platform. You are the mother of Black Old Testament scholarship in South Africa. In our university, because of your work, among others, which centered the agenda of women, we have as one of the 10 catalytic niche areas, feminist, womanist, and Wusadi theorizations. Now, if you walk the corridors of UNISA, you may hear some people complaining and saying things about this catalytic niche area. And I have asked myself why. At the same time, I realized how deep colonization is in the African mind. That when a concept of our own is reflected in how we ought to think, that we will be the ones who stand up and be willing to criticize our own concepts. It is the only concept which is found in those 10 catalytic niche areas where our language is infused. And that speaks to the work that you have done in centering the agenda of women. I should say we have received some criticism of setting this day or this occasion on this date, the 9th of August 2024. Others were saying it's a holiday. It's a holiday. We want to be with our families. We want to go out. This is Women's Day in this country. And our take is that we are honoring a woman of wealth. And therefore, it is appropriate that we honor her on this day, where we celebrate what women of this nation have done. We not only celebrate the women of 1956, we also celebrate the living women who have been and who are Majakandira. And you are one, Lijakandira. We sincerely appreciate that you took the time to come attend this event. You could have been somewhere else, but you deemed it necessary to be here, and we are grateful. Today, as the program indicates, we are honoring Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele. And tomorrow, we will be honoring Professor Takatso Mofokeng. Feel welcome and enjoy the program. Kabaphe votanganedziwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramatswane, for your moving words of welcome. Now for an introduction to the significance of the Welile Mazamisa Symposium. The Welile Mazamisa Symposium began some 3 years back on the 80th posthumous birthday of Professor Welile Mazamisa. Now, some of you, especially the older ones among you, and who've been long in academia, may be aware of Professor Welile Mazamisa. But as a humble African man who did not blow his own vuvuzela, he was easy to miss. In the crowd of those who speak much of themselves. We and others were among his disciples, especially in his later years. And we've learnt much from him. But it was only after a while since his passing, and only because his 80th birthday was approaching posthumously, as I said, that we began to think, we know much about Prof. He taught us much, but we seldom really read his works. And then we began searching, and for the first time we found his thesis, which he wrote and submitted and was published in 1987 in Kampen in the Netherlands. And we started browsing this work, and then we began to read it. And it felt like the Bible itself. And we felt, how did we miss this in his living years? In fact, I invite any one of you to consider that thesis and weigh it against much of the said scholarship of today. Much of the research that is produced today is still very much wanting compared to that work which was published in 1987. And we felt, especially having been schooled by white South Africa mainly, and influenced by international white scholarship, we began to take a sense of pride from that work. That even our own can produce works of this level of scholarship. And we began reflecting on a number of things. And we realized the reason white folks are seemingly clever in our side, are seemingly clever than us, is simply because they take pride in their own people and they reference their own people. You take a class in any of our universities where a white South African is a lecturer or a professor, you'll find something remarkable. Much of the work that he or she prescribes for you to read is by some other white South Africans, not even the South Africans, the whites from abroad, but local white South Africans. And what do? We despise ourselves, we despise our own, and we limit ourselves to celebrating only those who are white in South African scholarship. Now, ukholo nengqiqo Research Institute looked at this phenomenon, and we thought we want to embark on a program, as Prof Madipoane has said, that will shift the spotlight to our own. And that, not for human glory, but for God's glory. Because God is better glorified in multiplicity, in diversity, than in monopolies, singularities, totalities that reject other viewpoints. So unless abantu, the Bantu people, ahead in what they are to contribute to local South African scholarship and international scholarship, we who are in theology because of faith, we would not be doing justice. So the Welile Mazamisa Symposium follows the works of our own and celebrates those works, particularly in hermeneutics. We began in that year, first year we began with Professor Mazamisa's work. Last year we did Professor Musala's work. This year we're doing Professor Masenya's work with Professor Takatso Mofokeng's work. Next year we might do Professor Vianney Velem's work, and so on and so forth. And we love to invite all the other peoples of South Africa and abroad to come and join and participate in this project. By doing what? By minimizing themselves, great as they are, but by putting the spotlight on abantu, our people, who have suffered so much marginalization epistemologically. And even when we are still majority here, but you look at New Testament scholarship, Baphi abantu, where are the people? That's what Bantu means. Where are the people? Not saying the other people are not people, but where are the Bantu? Where are the Bantu? Old Testament scholarship, where are the people? Baphi abantu. You look at systematic theology, Baphi abantu. And really we believe that abantu are endowed with a gift of humanness. And if they have any value in the world, it is to shine the light of humanness throughout the world. And if we sideline this scholarship, we rob humanity of humanness. Now, we are celebrating Professor Masenya today. Let me tell you what is in Professor Masenya, and maybe these other Bantu professors that I've mentioned. Professor Gerald Weiss, you'll agree with me. In the history of hermeneutics in South Africa, abantu have been the major contributors to hermeneutics. Professor Mazamisa, in his thesis, he says he is doing an exegetical hermeneutical study of what? Of the parable of the Good Samaritan. That's what he says he's doing. Now, if you are a theologian today, what is the distinction between hermeneutics and exegesis? Why would he say he's doing an exegetical hermeneutical study? It is because his work was a polemic against literalism of white South African scholarship, and also an apologia for a buntucal reading of the biblical text, which is what was called hermeneutics at the time. I mean, you read as early as Bernard Lateghan in the late 70s, early 80s, you find that hermeneutics was not the entire discipline of interpreting the scriptures, but it was somehow a reader response approach to the scriptures, to which white South African scholarship was hostile. That's what he said. Professor Musala, just as he comes in, he also, in 87, got on to this central importance of hermeneutics as well, talking about biblical hermeneutics and black theology. And what did he say there? He was emphasizing that in interpreting biblical texts in South Africa, we should prioritize the experiences of the people, which is something that was not so fashionable among white interpreters at the time. Then came Professor Masenya. And what did Professor Masenya do? She looked at what the black theologians were doing with hermeneutics and said, maybe Basadi can approach biblical texts in this similar way, seeking what? Their own liberation too, just as black theologians are seeking the liberation of black people. And that's where then the Basadi idea began to take form in her exegesis of Proverbs chapter 31. Now, what is in all of them? What is in all of them? It is the universality of hermeneutics and the primacy of the ethics of the other. And those two together become, for us, in our tradition as South African interpreters, our own philosophical presuppositions in interpreting the text, the basis of our own discourse in the human sciences. That whatever we do, whatever we say, we take it from the perspective of the universality of hermeneutics, one, and the primacy of the ethics of the other, something of which Western scholarship in South Africa was barren. They could read the text without them implying anything to do with their relationship with anybody. But Abantu could not do that. Abantu felt that these texts zithetha ngabantu, and therefore these texts zithetha ngabantu. Professor Takatso Mofokeng quotes David Bosch in his own thesis, and he says, David Bosch and others are right, talking about black theology from 69 to 79. He says, they are right in saying this black theology prioritizes hermeneutics like Gerhard Eberling of the New Hermeneutics, if you know him, Gerhard Eberling of that new hermeneutics, who was a student of Bultmann. He says, like them, prioritizes hermeneutics, where reading of the text is not reading of the text, but it is being read by the text and interpreted by the text itself. So, in that way, our people have made their contribution to scholarship in South Africa, which still goes unheeded today. Looking at these hermeneutics-less research that is going on around, but that's a story for another day. For now, let's call Mrs. Mazamisa to please say her greetings to us. Okay, while we still wait for her to compose herself, that is in essence our contribution, Professor West, the contribution of Abantu. Because hermeneutics, what is hermeneutics? It is the agitation of black people, of Abantu in South Africa. Against what? Against white, sort of neutral interpretation of the Bible. So that's what hermeneutics is in South. It is the grievances of blacks saying, I don't think you are interpreting it right. And there is where hermeneutics begins in South Africa. Mama? Yeah. This is Professor Mazamisa's wife. We like to have her at these events to give greetings. Yes. Mom? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed scholars and cherished guests, with a heart both heavy and grateful, I extend a warm welcome to each of you at this poignant gathering, the third annual Welile Mazamisa Symposium. Today, we gather not only to celebrate, but also to honor the indelible legacy of a remarkable man. As we convene in this hallowed space, we remember Professor Welile Mazamisa, a beacon of wisdom, a champion of education, and a soul whose impact transcends time. His scholarly pursuits, his unwavering commitment to justice, and his unwavering belief in transformative power of knowledge continue to inspire us. In this symposium, we delve into hermeneutics, unravel complexities, and forge new intellectual pathways, guided by the spirit of Prof Mazamisa. Let us engage spirited dialogues, challenge assumptions, and ignite curiosity. For his widow and his family, this gathering holds both solace and strength. Professor Mazamisa's memory lives on through our shared pursuit and understanding. As we explore ideas, we weave a vibrant tapestry that spans generations. May this symposium be a sanctuary where connections deepen, inspiration blooms, and Professor Mazamisa's brilliance shines forth. We welcome you all. Enjoy this day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof called her Lulu. Yes. Those who know her as Sis Lulu. And she was with her and the kids in Kampen when he was writing his doctoral work there. And somewhere in his acknowledgement, he acknowledges her and the kids as having been of help in compiling the bibliography to that study he was doing, entitled Beatific Comradeship. Read that book. throw away half of the books you have and get that book, read that book. And now we move on. And by the way, he is with Welile Mazamisa. That's the last born son, right, of Professor Mazamisa. And for those of you who may have forgotten what Prof Mazamisa looks like, he looks exactly. He was a sharp dresser though, eh? Yeah. No, you too. But I mean, that's how you would spot him among other people. He was ever a sharp dresser. Yeah, you know, if you would see a smartly dressed gentleman in a crowd, you'd know this is Professor Mazamisa. He was. And now we move on and ask Mr. Motebele to please say his words of welcome from the principal's office, I believe. Is he here? Mr. Motebele? Mr. Motebele is not here. And now I'll call on Dr. Ngwan'a, a New Testament scholar, a black diamond. Yes, because how many other New Testament scholars are here? Yeah, he's a black diamond. So, to read Professor Masenya's biography. Sure.
I'm not sure about that. Special and warm greetings to the esteemed family of Prof Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele, and esteemed guests, and allow me to say protocol observed, just to avoid the waste of time. My task is, as the program director has mentioned, just to read bio of Prof Madipoane Masenya Ngwan'a Mphahlele. Madipoane Masenya Ngwan'a Mphahlele's research journey started just after her completion of the master's degree in 1989 with the publication of an article based on the dissertation. Since then, she has always been fascinated by Old Testament, OT, Hebrew Bible scripture, Hebrew Bible, research connected to her South African context. She is indebted to traditional HB scholarship for the solid grounding which she has received, especially on historical critical approaches to biblical text. She then built her scholarship on approaches such as reader response theories, ideologies, criticism, feminism, and humanism, as well as other contextual approaches such as Black theology and African theology. From the early 90s to date, she has contributed greatly to the extension of knowledge in HB studies. During apartheid South Africa, very few Black Old Testament scholars could be found in South Africa. Consequently, HB research hardly addressed Black people's concerns. Professor Itumeleng Musala, in the main HB scholar whose research left an important mark on her African biblical liberationist hermeneutics. In her doctoral research, she thus developed a Bosadi liberationist approach to the reading of the biblical texts. Through the Bosadi womanhood redefined hermeneutics, Masenya Ngwan'a Mphahlele has sought to move beyond the lives of South African women in her research in the discipline. The Bosadi paradigm goes beyond racism, classism, and sexism to include African cultures, among others. The preceding categories are then used as lenses to interact with the Old Testament text and the text of the context of the lived experiences of South African women towards their liberation and empowerment. Masenya Ngwan'a Mphahlele has published numerous articles on the Old Testament and the Bosadi biblical hermeneutics, as well as addressed numerous conferences, both locally, continentally, and abroad on this particular focus. Her scholarship is acknowledged both locally, continentally, and abroad, as evident in the following, among others: numerous publications in esteemed journals and edited books, numerous chapters in specialist books, invitation to serve as external examiner both locally, continentally, and abroad, invitations to evaluate works of scholars for upward mobility in universities located in Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Uganda, and blambing or endorsement of multiple books, successful supervision of masters and doctoral students, a member of one of the NRF panels, a member of the South African Academy of Science, a B-rated researcher, a member of several editorial boards, including the Journal of the Biblical Literature. Masenya Ngwan'a Mphahlele now serves as the Executive Director in the Office of the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, UNISA. I thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Ngwan'a, a black diamond, even if he doesn't agree with that. He remains. Thank you. And now, without further waste of time, Dr. Mzukisi Faleni. Last year he complained that I claimed not to know him. When I introduced him in Stellenbosch at this event. So I'll try to give some indication that I know him somehow. He's been on numerous occasions or periods in the life of his denomination. He's been the moderator of the Presbyterian Church of Africa. Doctor, soon, one day you will be professor, but Dr. Faleni is an Old Testament theologian, and he is very keen on hermeneutics, which is the focus of his now postdoctoral research. And his interest is in contextual hermeneutics, which is that has led him to the reading of much of the reading of Professor Masenya. In our long journey, lifelong journey of discussing and debating ideas, he has been the one to constantly bring up Professor Masenya from way years back, and we'll be saying something and he'll say in Xhosa, "Bror, awumazi lo mama, awumazi lo mama. You don't know this mother. You don't know this mother. She says, and then I'll be like, okay, and then I'll be interested to okay, what? And each time she would be debating, and then she would say, awumazi lo mama, yabo, lo mama uti, and then I will also go and read and find that, hey, lo mama, no, you're not too strong. So, and then he's interested, as I say, in contextual scholarship, hermeneutics, but much to do, as Professor Masenya is more in the Pedi kind of culture, the Northern Sotho culture. He's more in the Xhosa culture of things, and he's doing that kind of similar kind of work there. He's interested very much in Gadama, and I think that's where he is. Ngwan'a is up. I can't give more than this introduction, otherwise I will divulge secrets.
Fundisi Makhalima, Mama Mazamisa, Mama Masenya, Amagu Mama, ukholo nengqiqo, inzingalwazi ezikhoyo apha namhlanje. Molweni bantu benkosi. Namhlanje ndifuna ukuthetha nge-dialogue between the hermeneutics of Basadi, of Masenya, and Dasein of Martin Heidegger, the German philosopher. This talk is mainly located in the field of German hermeneutics and Basadi. Hence, we will primarily look at the contributions of many German philosophers and few French philosophers to cultivate the route where we would like to end. The dialogue between Basadi hermeneutics and Dasein hermeneutics of Martin Heidegger. Dialogue in this context is the method of doing conversation in hermeneutics. We are looking for similarities and not dissimilarities in hermeneutics between the climatic concepts of hermeneutics, Dasein and Basadi. In the process of discussing this concept, we will allow Basadi to interject and interrupt the engagement of Dasein, which is the concept of Martin Heidegger. If then Dasein is mapping the climatic hermeneutics of Martin Heidegger, then Basadi is mapping the climatic hermeneutics of Masenya. Both concepts emerged from hermeneutical and historical traditions. They are fundamentally ultimate levels of where and how hermeneutics should be practiced. And they both escape the deconstructionist techniques of Jacques Derrida, the French philosopher, who developed the philosophy of deconstruction, which he defined as it does not exist somewhere, but it is what it does. Later on, you will hear why I said the two concepts escaped the deconstruction hermeneutics. I think both concepts serve as a foundation for doing adequate and relevant hermeneutics in our time. In a fair conversation between these two hermeneutics, one should objectify matters. It should be a fair play, as Hans Gadamer would say in his metaphoric hermeneutics. That is, Basadi hermeneutics is placed in the stock as Jacques Derrida and Habermas would place themselves in a discussion between them and Gadamer. You would remember in that discussion, interruption collapsed the discussion because they accused Gadamer of preconditioning the agenda of discussion. So Basadi hermeneutics is positioned in this talk not to accept how Dasein hermeneutics should be understood, but as a dialectic partner in understanding Dasein in Basadi and Basadi in Dasein. Before we can briefly explain the concept of the two hermeneutical concepts, let me take you through the traditional and historical stages of hermeneutics, of which I believe the two concepts have journeyed and remain vertical. Firstly, the umbilical cord of hermeneutics is buried in ancient theological jurisdiction. But Friedrich Schleiermacher, a German theologian, a philosopher known as the father of modern hermeneutics. You know, we always talk about this, a person is called a father, a mother, and they call, you know, the Europeans, most of them, they are known as father of this and mother of that. And I think it's time we also mother and father ourselves too. So, Schleiermacher is known as the father of modern hermeneutics. With his method of back and forth, the whole and path, and centrality of intuition in a hermeneutic cycle, he furthered hermeneutics from the point of doing theology to the point of universal hermeneutics. In Africa, Justin Okpong, the father of enculturation, at least we have the father in Africa, with his fusion of African tradition and biblical text to produce understanding, as Hans Gadamer would say, to Okpong, the reader is closer to the meaning. The text only resuscitates the meaning inside the reader. This is very close to Paul Riquet, who says nothing is outside the text and the text has a life of its own. To Okpong, people of Africa used what they knew to understand what they did not know in biblical text, hence they embraced biblical text. This is the accepted and adequate level of understanding hermeneutics, which is far better than understanding hermeneutics as a mere art of interpretation. The point of this introduction is basically to locate the position of Dasein and Basadi in hermeneutical discussion and tradition. It is not essential at this moment to cover the great reign of the church fathers and how they work in hermeneutics, the centrality of Martin Luther in Reformation, the Enlightenment, the reawakening, the historical complexities of interpretation. We quickly want to go to the 20th century and investigate the position of Basadi in the 20th century hermeneutics, because that's where we think hermeneutics is. And it's time we look at our own exactly in that point which we believe hermeneutics exist. There's Wilhelm Dilthey, the German historian, who distinguished between the modes of hermeneutics, who's talking of historical hermeneutics, who said hermeneutics should be located in historicity. Yes, both Daisen and Basadi are well adjusted by historicity and located in a special historical context in the world of being. The difference is that both Basadi and Daisen focus on what it means to be a person, and a person is only one element of being human. Hence, they both pitch hermeneutics in the level of being, not a human being, but being as a source of humanity in the world of being. In this hermeneutical conundrum, of which Delte look at it as a conundrum, Delte came with a picture, suggesting understanding, verstellen, an explanation, a clearing, for hermeneutics to operate. In all likelihood, Dilthey maintained that human action and expressions are shaped in historical and cultural factors, which in our context gave birth to hermeneutics of Basadi. And therefore, to understand these two concepts fully, one must situate them within the historical and ontological context. Basadi is situated within a history, a specific history and a context, which is not really the context of the author, but the context of the ontological history of the author. This is basically how we should execute hermeneutics according to Dilthey. Tisekona? We're trying to show how some of the elements which constitute Basadi could be found in the mainstream hermeneutics. And I've been asking Reverend Makalimia, what is the mainstream hermeneutics? So it means there's hermeneutics, but there's mainstream hermeneutics. So, if then we look at Edmund Husserl, these are the people who are in the mainstream hermeneutics. And we're actually looking at them, trying to locate the hermeneutics of Basadi within their contributions. Husserl says, before we can talk about features of hermeneutics and methodologies, one should take into consideration the underlying structures of consciousness that makes experience possible. He says consciousness is never empty, but always consciousness of something. That is the first-person perception that investigates how consciousness shaped our being in the world. Basadi's message is that, please, be conscious of what minimizing women in the world of being. The total liberation of women is not in the human being, but in the world of being where consciousness operates. And this is the source of Daisen hermeneutics. Therefore, hermeneutics must be human and about human text. The complexities of what it means to be a human being in the world of being should not be escaped through hermeneutics, but embraced by hermeneutics as it is embraced by Daisen and Basadi hermeneutics. What is hermeneutics when it carries no DNA of human experiences? When experiences is not connected to the consciousness and the mind. This is the conjunction where Basadi and Daisen meet. Daisen is there to be there, is there to be there, or to be here. How to be I am. These are the issues addressed by Daisen hermeneutics of Martin Heidegger. The I am defines us and who we are. And this is exactly the fundamental points of Basadi hermeneutics, the who we are. Daisen refers to both the human being and to the type of being that human has. By understanding the small particles that constitute the hermeneutics, it will be evident that Daisen is Basadi in Heidegger's context, and Basadi is Daisen in Masenya's context. This is who we are, the entities of being analyzed. Both Daisen and Basadi analyzed us in ourselves and ask a question, what it means to be a person in the world of being. I'm giving you these historical debates in hermeneutics in order to locate Basadi and Daisen in history of hermeneutics. Very soon I will explain the pillars of these two concepts and where they are positioned in the modern hermeneutics, or where we should position them in the modern hermeneutics. And I believe they are eliminating the excitement of the hermeneutical cycle of Friedrich Schleiermacher. Let's then come to Martin Heidegger's concept of Dasein and allow Basadi to penetrate and interrupt it. Heidegger inherited the hermeneutics of Husserl, the phenomenology, to ascertain the very nature of being. Heidegger's way of referring to both being human and very nature of being, ontology, is in terms of Dasein, which often translated as existence, or being there or here, meaning being present in the world of existence. Not to exist, but the position occupied in the world of existence by being. This is the major reason for the existence of Basadi existentialism, which offers a profound and complex exploration of human existence, emphasizing the legitimacy of the hermeneutics of Basadi. Dasein refers to unique, fundamental, and irreducible way in which humans exist in the world, unapologetic existence of human beings in the world, and this is the key pillar of Basadi. Basadi is simply saying women should exist in the world without a favor of anyone. And this is the point of Martin Heidegger in Dasein. Both the Dasein and Basadi encompasses the experience of being human, including our consciousness, agency, and relationship with the world and others. Mazamisa would say, we are not ourselves, but others in ourselves. And that other is us and is ourselves in the world of being. Both Dasein and Basadi are tasked to understand the manifestation of lived experiences. This means not only experiences, which is given to the inner experiences, but Basadi, in their full humanity, operates and exists in the world of being. Carries the imago Dei. Masenya, through Basadi, goes on further to say, to critique the oppressive androcentric elements of biblical text. Remember, according to our discussion, Basadi hermeneutics is to interrupt Dasein. Umoshuko kulento. The difference between Dasein, Basadi, and other hermeneutics is this. Basadi hermeneutics has transcendent phenomenology, which is the key in hermeneutics, ontology, which is the key in hermeneutics, tradition, and Basadi is dealing with the question how to be a person, a human in the world of being. The difference between hermeneutical methodologies in the history of hermeneutics from Schleiermacher to Gadamer, from Gadamer to Heidegger, is that all of them are sourced in the ontologies, traditions, existentialism, and phenomenology. But Basadi and Daisen are derived from what it means to be Daisen and human being in the world of being. I think Plato would agree with this concept of placing hermeneutics in the life of Daisen and Basadi. We were discussing this the other day, I and Reverend Makalima, and we came to a conclusion that Heidegger did not finish this. He in fact promised that one day he will come and explain where do we take hermeneutics from the level of Daisen. And that was going to be supported by the writings of Plato. And I believe the point of Basadi is exactly there. To look at hermeneutics from the point of liberating people, to look at hermeneutics from the understanding of human beings in the world of being. Lastly, Basadi and Daisen, as I said, should be our central point of hermeneutics in our time. We should be discussing hermeneutics in the level of liberating each other. The question that was asked by Heidegger is, in fact, the Daisen of Heidegger is, what is hermeneutics if it is not talking about the lives and experiences of the people? So Basadi hermeneutics of Masenya is Daisen, and Daisen hermeneutics of Heidegger is Basadi. A dialogue between the two climatic hermeneutics, and this is the concept of doing hermeneutics in our time. Basadi and Daisen. So, as I said, the point to those who believe the 20th century is the point that should influence hermeneutics. I think it's time for them to read Basadi hermeneutics. The elements of Basadi hermeneutics are found in the tradition of hermeneutics of the 20th century. If you read Gadamer, the tradition, conversation, the elements of Basadi are there. If you read Schleiermacher, Basadi is there. If you read Paul Riquet, I said Gambo, Basadi escaped the deconstruction hermeneutics of Jacques Derrida. Because Jacques Derrida says, look, everything, within everything, there are elements that are destroying the very same thing. And I've been looking at Jacques Derrida, how Derrida is interacting with Basadi, with Daisen, in order to look at Basadi, whether what Derrida would say in order to open wounds in Basadi. Unfortunately, I haven't seen anything, and I want to say Basadi, it is a climatic hermeneutical position which we should focus on as people who are interested in hermeneutics today.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, siyabulela Nqonde. kakhulu. One of our objectives as ukholo nengqiqo is to be sure that nestling babes, abantwana abancancayo, will not only spell hermeneutics, but sing hermeneutics in South Africa. I don't know what happened to hermeneutics. There was a time when hermeneutics was the late Wort, that German word, the key concept in South African theology. And that's why you would look at Mofokeng, Takatso Mofokeng, read his work, there's hermeneutics there. Mosala, hermeneutics there. Mazamisa, hermeneutics there. Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a, Mphahlele, hermeneutics there. But now, all of a sudden, people can just say things and say things and go on for hours, paper after paper, book after book, and you wonder, what happened to hermeneutics? And I'm sure Reverend Mphahlele is not going to let that happen. As he shouts hermeneutics as if he's shouting it from the rooftop. Look at the theological curriculum at our universities. Where is hermeneutics there? In fact, the confusion is so much, they don't know where to place it. Does it fall under in this fragmentization, in this compartmentalization of theological subjects? Where does it fall? Does it fall under NT? Because NT is so separated now from OT. We are NT, you are OT over there. So where do we place hermeneutics? And what's the role of hermeneutics in systematic theology? To whom does it belong? Ngunikana hermeneutics, kudinga indawo esinaleni. Andazi noba khona usivayo isiXhosa na. Hermeneutics now is like in that text where Jesus says, I needed rest. And you didn't give me rest. I needed something to drink, something to eat. And you were not there for me. Ukholo nengqiqo would be happy, and these programs like the Mazamisa Symposium on hermeneutics would be very delighted that in our lifetime, nestling babes will not only pronounce hermeneutics and spell hermeneutics, but they would sing it out loud as a nursery rhyme. Now we take a short break, tea break, and we come back as soon as we can. Make it 10 minutes, and then we continue. When we return, we'll begin by that representation from the principal's office, just a greeting and a word of welcome, and then we'll go to Professor Julian Claessens, who has come all the way from the wine lands. Hope you've brought some wine with you. Okay, let's break now. Tea is over there. Okay, we're about to start now. Rasimul. Rasimul. In summarizing her own contribution, Professor Masenya writes, many years ago, one of the presuppositions of the present research is that readers and their context play a significant role in the interpretation of biblical texts. The key text of this thesis is Proverbs 31, verse 10 to verse 31. And the main readers are African women in a Kriakal South African Northern Sotho context. Given their context of multiplicity of oppressive forces, racism, sexism, classism, and African culture, how can these women read Proverbs 31 appropriately with a view to their liberation? The researcher proposes a new womanist liberationist 31 perspective appropriately with a view to their liberation. The researcher proposes a new womanist liberationist perspective, a Bosadi perspective, a perspective committed, among others, to the Africanness of the African woman in South Africa. The question is, if Proverbs 31 is read from a Bosadi perspective, how will the Northern Sotho women in a South African context find the text? A text emerging from a Kyriakal, sorry. Sometimes this English, yeah, especially when you speak a lot of languages. Yeah. Kyriakal Hebraic culture. Will they find it to be oppressive or liberative, or will it be found to be containing both elements? Now you can see here that why hermeneutics is the revolution in South Africa. It is the basis on which to address the problem of blackness, the problem of the oppression and suppression of women. Hermeneutics is the revolution. Why? Because hermeneutics is the ethics of ethics, and the ethics are the hermeneutics of hermeneutics. Now you tell me you're studying theology and there's no hermeneutics here. You make me want to call up the lady from the principal's office to welcome you again, please, so that you you get into this.
Good morning to all who have gathered here this morning. On behalf of the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Puleng Linkabule, we are honored to have you here in this August occasion, especially the Mazamisa's family and Masenya's family. Today is one of those significant days as members of the UNISA epistemic community, as we have gathered here to celebrate our academic giant, Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele. It is with great honor and deep humility that I stand here before you today at the third Welile Mazamisa Symposium, a remarkable event born from the collaborative efforts of the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies, Ukolo Nengqingqo Research Institute, and the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology. We are here not only to celebrate the profound intellectual contribution that have shaped our academic community worldwide, but also to pay tribute to a towering figure whose work continues to inspire and challenge us, Professor Madipoane Masenya Mphahlele. The theme of this year's symposium, hermeneutical contribution, which resonate with us. This is particularly fitting as we honor Professor Masenya. Her scholarly journey, rooted deeply in the rich soil of Old Testament studies, has consistently woven together threads of critical inquiry, contextual relevance, and unwavering commitment to the pursuit of truth. Through her lens, we have been invited to see the scriptures anew, to interrogate them with fresh eyes, and to consider the ways in which they speak to our contemporary realities. Professor Masenya's contributions are not merely academic. They are profound engagements with very essence of what it means to interpret sacred text within our own context. Her work has challenged the often rigid boundaries of biblical interpretation, urging us to consider the voices and experiences of those marginalized in traditional hermeneutics. It is this ability to resonate with the lived experiences of African communities that sets her apart as a scholar and as a voice on conscience within the academic world. As we reflect on the theme of this symposium, we are reminded of the power of hermeneutics, not just to uncover meaning in the ancient text, but to inspire action in the present. Professor Masenya's work exemplifies this power, whether through her groundbreaking research on African women's experiences in the biblical narratives or her incisive critiques of patriarchal interpretation of scripture. She has consistently brought to the forefront the importance of reading the Bible in ways that are relevant to the lives of those who have engaged with it. It is also significant to note that Professor Masenya once served as a chair of department in the Biblical and Ancient Studies, where she undoubtedly shaped the academic trajectories of countless students and scholars. Her leadership extended beyond the confines of the classroom, as she now serves as the Executive Director in the Office of the Vice Principal of the University of South Africa. In this role, she continues to influence and guide the broader academic community, ensures that the values of integrity, equity, and excellence remain at the heart of our institution. Today, as we honor Professor Masenya, we do more than celebrate her scholarly achievement. We acknowledge her profound impact as she has on our collective understanding of the Bible, theology, and the role of scholarship in society. Her work challenges us to think critically, to engage deeply, and to live out the principles of justice and truth in all that we do. May this symposium serve as a beacon of her enduring legacy, inspiring us to continue the work she has so passionately begun. Let us carry forward the torch of humanistical inquiry, ensuring that it continues to resonate with the lives and experiences of our communities in the generations to come. It is indeed a privilege to have with us today, the members of Masenya's families, as we gather to celebrate and honor Professor Masenya Mphahlele while she's still with us, vibrant and in good health. We are deeply grateful that you have graciously lent us to her, allowing her to touch so many lives and influence us in so many ways, and and also influenced so many minds. In her role as the Executive Director of the Office of the Principal and Vice Chancellor at UNISA, Professor Masenya has been instrumental in overseeing the remarkable progress of our institution that has made, particularly since 2021. Her presence in our office is not only a source of strength for me as the Vice Chancellor, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, by the way, personally, but also a blessing for our entire team. With her, she brings a nurturing and insightful touch, a Busadi touch that ensures everything we undertake is approached with care, diligence, and unwavering commitment to excellence. Excuse me. While perfectionists may sometimes be seen as a thief of time, in our quest to elevate this university, we are fortunate to have someone like Professor Masenya, who possesses a keen eye for details. Her principled approach rooted in biblical teaching ensures that ethics guide our every decision, making our work not just efficient, but also morally sound. She is a gentler version of Watinta Bafazi, Watinta Impogoto, which translates, you strike a woman, you strike a rock. Because of her resilience and power of women in the struggle for freedom. Let me not delve deeper into her involvement in women liberation, because we are here to listen to the voices that have studied and observed Professor Masenya's academic life. I could continue to speak at length about our remarkable Musadi, Professor Masenya, but for now, let me simply say, Hitsaba Baditi, for words alone cannot fully capture the essence of her greatness. Welcome, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That is Ms. Moyemise from the Vice Chancellor's office on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. Now we ask Dr. Mokoena, Unobala Jigelele, the Old Testament itself, as she likes to say sometimes, to introduce our speaker. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you can clap. Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. I realize as I'm asked to introduce Professor Claessens that I'm actually standing here in capacity, which is very important to note. I'm here to introduce my chairperson, since I'm the secretary of the Old Testament Society in South Africa. So I'm here to introduce the chairperson of the Old Testament Society in South Africa. Professor Juliana Claessens is a professor in Old Testament and the head of gender unit at the Faculty of Theology at the Stellenbosch University. And her most recent publications include a commentary of the biblical book of Jonah in the Old Testament Library series. And she has also written books titled Writing and Reading to Survive Biblical and Contemporary Trauma Narratives in Conversation, and an edited collection of essays on narrating rape, lacuna and shifting perspectives in biblical literature and popular culture. But not only that, I think Professor Juliana has traveled this road far and wide with you, Professor Masenya, and it's befitting today, not only as the chairperson of the Old Testament Society in South Africa. I think you have seen many things together, but today she's here to honor you as a comrade, she's here to honor you as a friend, as a colleague, and many other things still she'll expound on. Welcome, Julie.
Thank you so much, Leratu, for that lovely introduction, and also working with you and also with Huli and with the other team also at the OTCSA executive. So just to say thank you, I really appreciate this. I've been honored to be invited to speak here today. I must commend also the organizers, and also of the the publication that ensued also of that, for their great telling us, giving us a series of topics to speak about. So, and I chose to speak about life, love, and living, and Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a, Mphahlele. And the reason why I did that is probably because I'm really drawn on a personal level to also the kindness that she has shown also to me, my family, my colleagues, and just over the years. I mean, sort of really, when I came back in 2010, sort of really scared as a white Afrikaner woman in this South African context, and how I fit and belong into sort of this scene. I mean, she really has done such a good, wonderful job, just helping me to navigate these treacherous waters, I would say at times. And her example has always been for me a guiding light. In my classes on biblical hermeneutics, which I teach at Stellenbosch University, her readings work is prominent, as also Prof. Gerald West. But for this paper, then what I will do, that's also in the book, I actually went to look at what she'd written on the Psalms. So actually it was such a good exercise in just reading everything she's written on the Psalms on life, love, and living. There's something profoundly universal about being human. As Claudina Gordon's poignant poem On Being Human reminds us, we are born vulnerable and we die vulnerable. And we are utterly dependent on the care of others for the provision of food, water, shelter, and protection. And yet, there is something equally particular about being human. My life, my love, my living encompasses what it means to be human in a particular meditation on Psalm 8. And Professor Madipoane reflects on both this generic nature of humanity as evident in Psalm 8, that nonetheless does not emerge in a vacuum, meditation but stems from a particular historical, liturgical context that denotes an experience of a particular God. In her reading of this psalm, in her specific context, Masenya considers how her understanding of what it means to be human being is shaped by her growing up specifically in a northern Sotho Pedi, South African context, as she contemplates. I was born and nurtured in a complex context. Mine was a context which was and still is characterized by inequities. I was born into and nurtured by a patriarchal African culture. The broader national apartheid culture was equally patriarchal, although I was kind of detached from it, particularly as I grew up. And yet, despite this context of dehumanization, Prof. Madipoane highlights that the Northern Sotho Pedi word for a human being, motu, which transcends such factors as ethnicity, gender, religion, and social class, in her culture also is used to denote kindness. It is ironic, but also inspiring, that in a context that was so marred by human rights violations, that being human in Professor Madipoane's culture seems to be linked to kindness, goodness, one which has to happen within human relationships. Humanness or humanity thus is linked to how positively one acts towards fellow human beings. For this special volume honoring the life and prolific works of Professor Madipoane Masenya, I have chosen to contemplate the question of what it means to be human in the Book of Psalms as read in a South African context. The Psalms are particularly appropriate for contemplating the complex reality of what it means to be human. So one finds a keen acknowledgement of humanity as precious and powerful, created a little lower than God and crowned with glory and honor. However, the Psalms of Lament in particular also attest time and again to where humanity has fallen short of the ideal of what a human can and should be. Similarly, on the one hand, our most beautiful country and continent celebrates the incredible beauty of human beings being connected to the land and one another. But our humanity also has been seriously affected by life-denying forces of colonialism, apartheid, and inequality that deeply have scarred the people of South Africa in the past, but also to continue to inflict harm in the present and future. In conversation with Prof Madipoane's writings on the human condition in an African context, specifically as it pertains to a Busadi interpretation of a number of Psalms, this paper seeks to think with Prof Madipoane on the meaning of life, love, and living amidst the numerous challenges facing us today in our country, but also globally. In the context of poverty, sexism, racism, homophobia, HIV/AIDS, and a looming environmental crisis, what does it mean for us to be living between death and life, courage and despair, victimhood and agency? The book of Psalms is profoundly aware of the fragility of human life. In Psalm 144, 3-4, when the psalmist asks the question at the heart of this article, what does it mean to be human? The answer is that people are like a breath. Their days are like a passing shadow. In Psalm 90, verse 4-5, humans furthermore are said to be like a dream, like grass, flourishing in the morning, only to in the evening wither and fade. In Psalm 39, verse 6, the speaker addresses the Creator God head-on regarding the profound brevity of her life. You made my days a few handbreadths, and my lifetime is as of nothing in your sight. Surely everyone stands as a mere breath. A mere breath, a whiff of vapor on a cold window, a passing shadow, grass that's here today and gone tomorrow. The psalmists were very much aware of the fragility and the transitory nature of the human condition to a range of threats stemming from human and non-human enemies alike. From enemies that circle the complainant like wild animals, or wild animals who launch an attack on the individual community much like enemy empires would have done. Human beings are exceedingly vulnerable due to the violence of war, as well as the numerous calamities from the natural world, including disease, drought, locusts, famines, and earthquakes. Prof Madipoane taps into this understanding of the human condition prevalent in the Psalms as she interprets Psalm 6 in the context of HIV/AIDS that in particular has ravaged the sub-Saharan African continent, causing some members of the human family to be more vulnerable than others. Her interpretation of Psalm 6 is informed by the experiences of South African women who have been in particular hit hard by the HIV/AIDS pandemic, so much so that it's been described as a gendered pandemic. Scholars like Beverly Haddad, Isabel Piri, Musa Dubi, Denise Ackerman, and Prof Madipoane herself have shown how HIV/AIDS intersects with gender-based violence, making especially young women between the ages of 18 to 35 most vulnerable, not only contracting the disease due to the biological and cultural factors, but also by falling victim to gender-based violence. Women, furthermore, are shown to be adversely affected by the HIV/AIDS pandemic, given that the burden of care has been falling upon grandmothers called upon to care for AIDS orphans, or in the absence of adequate health care for the sufferers of this dreaded disease. For Prof Madipoane, such a psalm like Psalm 6, with its vivid descriptions of the suffering of literal or metaphorical sickness, offers readers who are keenly aware of the devastating effects of HIV/AIDS on their own bodies or on that of the community, the opportunity to grieve individually and communally. Illness, both in the biblical traditions and also our contemporary context, leaves people helpless as they, as a result of this disease that ravages their bodies and minds, feel profoundly out of control. However, in her reinterpretation of Psalm 6 in the context of HIV/AIDS, Prof Madipoane acknowledges that there's a range of factors that is responsible for already vulnerable individuals to be even more susceptible to the effects of this disease, as HIV/AIDS intersects with gender, race, class, and colonialism. She outlines this precarity experienced by especially women in the context of South Africa when she gives shape to the enemies referenced in Psalm 6:7 in a way that shows how the calamity of HIV/AIDS cannot be separated from the violence of inequality, racism, and sexism. So you see there, Psalm 6:7 says, my eye wastes away because of grief. They grow weak because of all my foes. And then she muses, reflects, interprets. My enemies, stigma, poverty, patriarchy, empire, detached political and religious leaders overwhelm my body with grief. Through this creative reinterpretation of Psalm 6, Professor Madipoane helps us to see that even HIV/AIDS that has caused so much suffering around the world, and especially in countries where poverty is rampant, all of humanity is either infected or affected. This sentiment has also been shared by Denise Ackerman, who famously has argued, the body of Christ has AIDS. If one suffers, we all suffer. And yet, despite this despair experienced by the sufferer of HIV/AIDS or the community who has learned how to lament, Psalm 6 calls upon ancient and contemporary readers alike to cry out to God. As Prof Madipoane contextualized Psalm 6:8 in the context of HIV/AIDS. Depart from me, all your workers of evil, for the Lord has heard the sound of my weeping. And then her voice, in your loving kindness, O Lord, you have heard my prayer. You evil systems, you violators of female bodies, even you can never have a hold over me. Go away. These words of the original psalm, as well as its creative appropriation in the context of HIV/AIDS, have helped generations of believers from the earliest times to voice their suffering in the face of life-threatening disease as it intersects with poverty, patriarchy, racism, and homophobia. For Prof Madipoane to engage in an active act of lamentation constitutes an essential part of unceasing struggle for justice, in which he writes, we continue to dangle between faith and doubt, courage and despair, death and hope, in the hope and belief in the God of life has the power to right the wrong. Professor Madipoane is not only writing on the fragilities of life. In several of her writings on the Psalms, she also considers the human capacity to love, important in her South African context, which has seen more than its share of loathing and aversion. This call to love the self is evident in her reflection together with colleague Ulisani Ramatswana on Psalm 8. The powerful statement in Psalm 8 that God has made the human a little less than the divine serves as a powerful means of reclaiming human dignity in a context which too many black and female members in the South African context have suffered from the dehumanizing reality of racism and sexism. In this regard, Professor Masenya and Ramatswana highlight the importance of Steve Biko's insistence that black is beautiful as an affirmation of the humanity of black people in South Africa to counter the inhumanity they suffered in the context of apartheid and colonialism. In their reading of Psalm 8, verses 4 to 6, in which human beings are affirmed as wonderfully made, a little lower than God, crowned with honor and glory, Prof Masenya and Ramatswana proposed that Biko's notion of black beauty could be a helpful hermeneutical lens to interpret the reference to all humanity being endowed with royal status in this psalm that holds transformative potential for many South African people, in which the humanity of black individuals have been, and in many cases continue to be, contested. As they argue, irrespective of their skin pigmentation, one which has been contested throughout the years, African persons are not only human, they are also royal. Love and affirmation of the self are paramount to maintaining one's humanity despite life-denying circumstances. Important for Biko was also that people would love themselves for who they are and not succumb to the temptation of looking down on themselves due to the color of their skin or social location. Prof Madipoane further reflects on the question of what it means to be human in Psalm 8 in an essay entitled Female and Royal Humanity. She argues that in the patriarchal context in which the biblical traditions emerge, a male child would have been more highly regarded than a girl child, a reality that's the norm in some African communities as well. This gendered identity furthermore is predominantly heteronormative, with girls expecting to marry and have children. For Prof Madipoane, the assertion that female bodies are also created in the image of God, imbued with the ability to rule, is a powerful counterclaim to the widespread devaluation of women across the African continent. Herself a descendant of royalty, Prof Madipoane proposes that the rereading of Psalm 8 as an affirmation not only of female humanity, but also of female royal humanity, may affect how many South African contexts like our own Northern Sotho Pedi community thinks about female leadership, an important insight in a context where the full humanity of women and girls are not always recognized. Prof Madipoane's reflections on love also extend to others, as she, in her rereading of the Psalms, emphasizes the importance of relationality, an essential aspect of what it means to be human in the South African context for individuals to be intrinsically connected to those around them. For instance, Professor Madipoane, in her Echo Busadi interpretation of Psalm 127, critically reflects on the importance of motherhood and the call to build a house, a family. Both in the post-exilic Yehud that forms the setting for the Book of Psalms and in her South African, specifically Northern Sotho context, having an abundance of children is celebrated as a virtue. Prof Madipoane critically interrogates the high value placed upon motherhood in both her South African context and the biblical period of restoration that informs Psalm 127. Drawing on the work of Claudia Camp, she shows in how in post-exilic Yehud, rebuilding families and having numerous children were considered vital as a way to rebuild a disseminated people and a matter of survival to rebuild war-torn Judah. It is also essential for Prof Madipoane to show how, for instance, in Proverbs 31, the woman's role as a house builder extended beyond her role as wife and mother in serving as the household manager that entails manufacturing, trading, and real estate opportunities beyond the private spheres of the home. In terms of her South African context, Professor Madipoane highlights how children are valued as a continuity of the line and for their capacity to take care of their parents when they grow old. In addition, the view that children will remember their parents after they have passed on furthermore explains why children and also women as mothers are so greatly valued in this context. However, concerning both contexts, Professor Masenya is critical of the male-centered ideological underpinning of this optimistic or simplistic way of the world, in which gender roles are fixed in terms of being married and having children. Such deep-seated ideology has been responsible for significant harm, particularly for women who cannot have children and who, for whatever reasons, may decide not to become mothers. And yet, despite the androcentric heteronormative bias associated with mothering in both biblical and contemporary contexts, Prof Masenya's writing on being human in the Psalms also incorporate a keen realization of the importance of love for others and also, and perhaps especially also for children. She reminds us that children in Psalm 127 are considered to be a gift of God and that at the heart of the parent-child relationship one finds critical human values of relationality, interdependence and care. In this regard, Mercy Urieu, despite having no children of her own, poignantly has written about the African task of mothering that extends to both women and men, and also to God, formulates one of the central tenets of an African women's theology, when she says, mothering is an obligation of all in the community, whether they are women or men. It is doing to others what God does too, with and for us out of God's compassion. Prof Madipoane's reflection on motherhood is particularly poignant given the exceedingly painful reality of having lost 2 sons. She specifically reflects on this experience in her interpretation of Job 3 and captures the inevitable part of being human, that to love is also to open oneself to loss. Finally, Prof Madipoane also demonstrates in her writings the importance of love of Mother Earth, in which she taps into the close connection of humans with the land, with nature and with animals, which is such a central aspect of what it means to be human in a South African context. In her essay on ecological hermeneutics and post-colonialism, Prof Madipoane cites former President Thabo Mbeki, who poetically captures this close connection between the earth and the South African people. And he writes, "I am an African. I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers and the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. My body has frozen in our frost and in our latter-day snows. It has thawed in the warmth of our sunshine. The crack and the rumble of the summer thunders, lashed by startling lightning, have been a cause both of trembling and of hope. The fragrances of nature has been as pleasant to us as the sight of the wild bloom of the citizens of the veld. At times and in fear, I wondered whether I should concede equal citizenship of our country to the leopard and the lion, the elephant and the springbok, the hyena, the black mamba, and the pestilential mosquito." Prof Madipoane continues to show how in her Northern Sotho culture, many African proverbs illustrate this deeply entrenched connectedness between South African people and the land. And in her Eko-Busadi approach that she used to interpret Psalm 127, she argues that South African women's existence is intrinsically connected to the earth. She writes, "She is a woman who has through the years been taught to listen and hear earth's voices." Prof Madipoane uses this deeply ingrained love for the earth in a rereading of Psalm 23 and through a South African ecological lens. For instance, she argues that the image of greener pastures suggests that the grass, the plants, and other trees, which serves as food for consumption by other members of the ecosystem, had been sufficiently nurtured. In addition, she points out how it's interesting to note how Psalm 23 instead focused on the sheep instead of the shepherd, when she argues that the sheep is thus not viewed as first and foremost an animal to serve humans through what its body can offer to him or her, but as that element of nature that ought to receive provisions from the human being, the shepherd. And yet, Prof Madipoane also warns that Psalm 23, various aspects of nature are not for its own sake, but are nature in its service to human beings. So the green pastures and the still waters symbolize adequate nourishment and shelter. The rod and staff cut from wood from the trees of the field are signs of protection, and the anointing with oil and its ritualistic elements is utilized to benefit human beings. It is for this reason that Professor Madipoane calls upon the people of a South African context, but also to members of the global community, to recover their love for the earth that maintains the harmony between humans and other members of the ecosystem. In conclusion, in the poem on being human with which this paper began, Claudina Gordon maintains that central to being human is to seek to understand and contemplate the essence of humanity amidst the complexities and frailties of the context which Professor Madipoane so poignantly invokes in her respective writings on the Psalms. According to Gordon, being human is to strive to be something better and higher than ourselves. Echoing one of the central principles of an African, specifically Zulu, understanding of humanity, that a person is a person through other people, Gordon's poem suggests that to be human implies embracing a sense of interconnectedness, that is, holding oneself accountable to be more humane. Indeed, to be truly human implies that there will be others that will remember us, that the lives that we touch are richer by the love we had shown. As Gordon reminds us, our fragile capacity to live and bring joy can be matched by our capability to inflict pain and destroy. But being human boils down to the choices we make, the choice to love or to hate, the choice to forgive and to inspire the same in others. This presentation and also the article in the book is dedicated to Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele, whose life and work encapsulates something of this art of living in a way that does justice to what it means to be human, to act in kindness, to do good to others, to students, to colleagues at UNISA and elsewhere in South Africa and abroad, to be a true motu. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Another round of applause. Yes, on being human. Thank you very much, Professor Claessens. That was wonderful. Reminded me very much of Leo Tolstoy, that Russian novelist. In his novel entitled Three Hermits, The Three Hermits, speaking of a bishop on a voyage to a distant monastery in Russia, in that Russian culture, which was going to a Greek Orthodox church and all that. Then on that voyage, they spotted a distant island. And the bishop asked the sailor, the captain of the ship, "What's happening there?" And he said, "No one hardly ever goes there, but as the story goes, there are three men that live there. They are pretty much savages, but anyone who's stumbled on that island speaks highly of them." And so the bishop said, "Maybe is there no way we can go and see ourselves, take a detour and see what's happening there?" And so the ship took that detour and they went there. And indeed, the bishop found the three men, bearded and old and all of that. And then he said, "What are your names?" They said, "We don't have names, you know." And then he said, "Do you know how to pray?" Wanting to teach them how to pray as a good bishop. They said, "We don't think so. All we ever say when we think we pray, we just say, 3 of us down here, there's 3 of you up there, and please be kind to us," something like that, you know. And the bishop said, "Oh, that's all you know about praying?" He said, "Yes, that's all." And then the bishop taught them how to pray, leading them into the Lord's Prayer, you know, teaching them the Lord's Prayer. And they were reciting the Lord's Prayer, and the bishop was helping them to recite the Lord's Prayer. You know, they would fail many times, until they got it. "I know, we got it now, we got it." And the bishop left them to pray. And they were then going on their duties and praying on that same day while the ship took sail. But in the evening, when it was beginning to be dark, the people on the ship with the bishop saw a light coming from that island and rushing towards the ship. And they wondered, what light is that? And so they looked in anticipation of what is coming to them as light. And only to find it is those 3 men. They were running on top of the water like Jesus did, and that light was shining on them. And when they got to the ship, they said to the bishop, "Pardon us, Bishop, we were praying and we found that we forgot some of the lines of the Lord's Prayer which you taught us. And then the bishop said, stuttered. And they said, would you please teach us that prayer again so that we don't forget it and then rush back? And the bishop said, look, I think I am not the one to teach you how to pray, but you are to teach me and us, ordinary Christians, how to pray. And the bishop let them go back saying, please do pray for us. In that way, Leo Tolstoy was trying to say to the formal religion of the Jewish, of the Greek Orthodox, of the Russian Orthodox, he was trying to say, while we, with our formalized way of praying and worshiping and being Christians, there could be greater Christians elsewhere, maybe among the people we think of as mere savages, but they be greater Christians than us. So your reading of Professor Masenya and how it shows the humanness in her interpretation of the Psalms takes me back to the question of where are the Bantu people, were they to be Christianized in the first place? Were they to be civilized by the West in the first place? Or were they the ones to go on missionary outreach into the West to evangelize the West, to become, as Professor Duvenar, I think in Stellenbosch philosophy years ago, as he said, as he used to say when he prayed, as I hear, he would say, for a long time, we've been doing our all to become Christians and make other people Christians. Lord, please help us now to become more humans and maybe less Christians, and find a way to show others how to be more human. So thank you very much for acknowledging that aspect of the thought and the person of Professor Masenya, that ke motho, which is, there's no greater word to acknowledge somebody's greatness in the Bantu languages, just to say, she's a human being. Ke motho. Simply that. So thank you very much. Thank you. If anyone is to teach us to pray, it is her. It is Abantu. And now we move on back to Unobala. Back to Unobala. Nobala. Nobala. Nobala is frequent here on the stage. Lerato Mokoena, Dr. Lerato Mokoena, the secretary now of Old Testament Society. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Colleagues, I am Lerato, for the benefit of those who don't know me, the benefit of those who are watching online, senior lecturer in Old Testament studies and unit leader of 3 scientific disciplines: Old Testament, Biblical Archaeology, and Ancient Near Eastern Studies, here in the College of Human Sciences. I'm not afraid of anyone, but not like that. But yeah, I'm taking Mutabang when I think of it. The only people I fear is the Lesotho Defense Force. Yeah, there I don't play. I'm saying this because Professor Masenya makes me so nervous. I couldn't sleep an inch. I was so nervous, and mind you, I'm doing this probably for the 3rd or 4th time. I don't know, I think it has become an annual thing that every year I must read a paper. People even call me a Masenya scholar now. I do this so often. Today I'm here to honor my mother. I'm here to honor a woman that changed my life. We are humanities scholars, and historiography says that history has a set of prepositions. Professor Masenya, I'm not sure if you are aware, when you finished your PhD in 1996, right? There was a book that was released that year that I like to revert back to. It is called The Collapse of History. It is by Leo Perdue. When you read that book, and there's another subsequent version that came out years later, and it's called Reconstructing the Collapse of History. And this is why, when I speak of Busadi, I speak of insurgency, critical interruptions, ruptures, because that's what Masenya did. In the year she writes her PhD, history has to be reconstructed because it collapsed. And that was your critical interruption in Old Testament studies. A very significant thing to note, also when you think of Busadi as an insurgent theory. Professor Ramantwana, I'm going to say this on record. There's no university in this country, on this continent, on this planet, that is catapulting Busadi as a niche area. UNISA is on the right side of history, the first on earth. And this is why in all the institutions I've worked at, I've always fought to say Busadi is not an auxiliary framework, it's a theory. In the same way we say we want black theology to be taught as a degree, Busadi should be a standalone theory, not as a framework. Because then this is what happens in the market value of ideas. And this is what Perdue meant when he said that history collapsed. Because when you read the book, he's writing very nicely about what we call today marginal theories. He wrote about feminism, ecology, Latin American liberation theology, black theology, and womanism. Now that shows you the essence and value of such an idea. And this is why I say you saved my life. I have made many significant contributions, scientific and otherwise, towards you, Prof, your work. Everyone who knows me knows how much I love you, and I think you know that too. But today I want to pay a tribute to you. Today, as we gather here, colleagues, I want to pay a tribute to this luminary in Old Testament scholarship. A scholar whose work transcends boundaries, enriching not only our understanding of ancient texts, but also broader disciplines in the humanities and social sciences. In the vast landscape of academia, where knowledge is both a quest and a beacon, our honoree stands as a guiding light, illuminating the intricacies and nuances of the Hebrew Bible with unparalleled depth and insight. Through meticulous research, scholarly rigor, and unwavering dedication, she has unearthed layers of meaning within the ancient texts that resonate across time and space. In the realm of humanities, her work stands as a treasure of love and trove of narratives, symbols, and cultural artifacts, inviting us to delve deep into the complexities of ancient cultures and beliefs. By exploring the intersections of religion, history, literature, she has enriched our understanding of the human experience, its expressions, and helps us to foster a deeper appreciation for the tapestry of human knowledge and creativity. And in the domain of social sciences, her contributions are equally profound. They shed light on power dynamics, identity formation, and societal structures embedded within the biblical narratives. Through her insightful analysis, she has revealed the ways in which these ancient texts continue to shape and influence contemporary discourses on gender, politics, ethics, challenging our assumptions and inviting critical reflections. As we reflect on the significance of her scholarship, we are reminded of the transformative potential in interdisciplinary research and collaboration. Her work serves as a bridge between disciplines, uniting scholars from diverse fields in a shared pursuit, knowledge, and understanding. Through her intellectual curiosity and scholarly rigor, she has inspired generations, especially me, of students and researchers, and I have a student here in the audience, Professor Masenya. Tabang is also now, he's right there behind you. I'm going to introduce you later. Tabang is now writing on Delilah and using Busadi critical fabulations. And his student sak, yes. So I want to show you how this legacy is enduring, even from me, third, fourth generation after you. You have inspired generations of students and researchers to engage with these complexities of the past and the present, fostering a spirit of inquiry and discovering that transcends of disciplinary boundaries. So in this tapestry of academia, where wisdom threads are woven bold, there shines a beacon of intellect, a scholar to behold. Professor Masenya, woman is divine. In your pursuit of truth, your brilliance does shine. With pen in hand and heart alight, you navigate the ancient texts, bringing forth new light. Through the corridors of time, you boldly tread, unearthing hidden stories long silenced and unheard. In the sacred pages of the Book of the Divine, you find the voices of the marginalized, their stories intertwined. In the whispers of the prophets, in the psalm's sweet song, you hear the cries of the oppressed, their struggle strong. Your words dance like poetry, your insights are so deep. In the realm of biblical scholarship, all the seeds that you have sown, you are reaping. You have championed justice, you have advocated for the oppressed. Your scholarly gaze uncovers truths that are long suppressed. Professor Masenya, your legacy grows, a testament to courage, to wisdom that flows. In the hallowed halls of learning, your voice rings so clear, a testament to resilience, to knowledge so sincere. May your work inspire generations to come. May your scholarship shine bright like the morning sun. In the tapestry of academia, your thread will forever weave. A tribute to your brilliance, to the truths you achieved. In conclusion, let us celebrate the achievements of this esteemed scholar, whose dedication to excellence and commitment to scholarship have enriched our intellectual landscape and expanded the horizons of human knowledge. May her work continue to inspire and provoke, challenge us to think critically, engage deeply, and explore boldly in our quest for the truth and understanding. Like Fanon says, "Oh, my body, make me a man who always questions." This is our prayer when we engage Busadi and its archive. Prof, you have saved my life in many ways. I have died many deaths, and some were not even mine. But I have lived many lives by reading your work. In the words of the revolutionary president of Brazil, President Lula, "The powerful might kill 1, 2, 3, or 1,000 roses, but they will never stop the arrival of spring. And we are chasing spring." I love you, Prof. Thank you.
Yeah, another one. Yes. Yes. Dr. Mokoena. Dr. Lerato Mokoena, representing the current generation of Black South African women scholarship of the Old Testament. And now I want to highlight one thing here. This is where we have been at our weakest as Abantu. That we do not write our own history. Have you seen how the West, no, Professor West, when I say West, not referring to you, to the West. Have you seen how the West and cultures are so hasty to write their history? What is that about? It's because they've learned something a long time ago. It is tradition that makes a people. And writing history gives you power over the direction of the tradition itself. And much of what we know about ourselves is not written by us. It's written by them. And we wonder why besithatha kancane labantu. You know? It's because they write our own history. So they decide when they write who we are, who we should be, and who we can be. But when they write that history themselves, they give themselves a blank check of who to be and who to become in history and in the future. So let us not take lightly that we have in the house a great woman of one generation of Old Testament scholarship and another woman of another generation of Old Testament scholarship. It would help us greatly to know, as we stand here, what our mothers and fathers of Abantu did and what their contributions were in South African thought, theological thought. Because in an average classroom, it is just like Bantu people do not exist in an average classroom. And they've made no contributions when it comes to significant developments in theological thinking in South Africa. I mean, I can cite many books, well-meaning books, and you listen to that and you say, Bapha bantu apha. A well-respected professor from South Africa, a South African professor who's now somewhere abroad. I won't mention the institution. He's a great professor, we acknowledge that. Delivered a 6-part lecture on Reformed theology in South Africa. As a Calvinist myself, I listened attentively and trying to find Abantu somewhere there. And I couldn't find Abantu. It was like this great majority in South Africa does not exist in that theoretical level of things. Well-meaning, I don't blame him. I can cite many books and say, look at that book, it is talking about South Africa. Okay, one of them, it's not a book, but I think it's articles, or no, it's a monograph by OTSA, Old Testament essays, yeah? It talks about the history of interpretation of the Old Testament. I won't mention the author. You read that wonderful work, detailing who said what, who did what, where Old Testament interpretation is concerned in South Africa. I'm sad to tell you, Professor Musala, you are not featured there. You are not featured there. It's like you don't exist in that. And you say, okay, black people being so influenced by the Old Testament, and there's not a single representative interpreter who is acknowledged by this text. It's like we don't exist. So I'm saying then, we are privileged. We are, in ecclesiastical language, we are blessed. I know some who are in theology but do not believe, are opposed to these kind of words like blessed. Yes, we are blessed. We are blessed to have to have a mother in Old Testament scholarship and have our sister here with us in one room, and all to celebrate the contributions of Professor Masenya. So now we move on. I'll ask Professor Urisani to introduce the big boss of contextual reading, interpretation, contextual hermeneutics, especially of the Old Testament in South Africa. Yes, Prof.
Thank you very much. Before I can acknowledge or call to the front Professor West, I just want to acknowledge our media team here present. For them to be here, it had to mean leaving a lot of things aside. They were in Durban yesterday, and so they had to fly back in the night so that they can be here. And so we thank you, Mr. Katamzi, Mr. Litswalo, and Mr. Mphahlele. We really appreciate what you have done. You have made this symposium what it should be by your presence. Professor West, we can't let you retire when we still want to drink from your well. Professor West has written extensively, and he has served with the Ujamaa Center of Community Development and Research for many years. He has written a lot of books, a lot of articles, and what we cherish from his work is the centering of ordinary readers. Who are you reading with? Who are you reading for? It matters. Because if we are simply reading the text for interest's sake, then it can be an endeavor that remains in the scholarly corridors but does not make an impact in the lives of people. And you have taught us that it has to matter for the ordinary people. And by the ordinary people, we are not simply talking here about the church. We are talking about the people. And therefore, when we read the text with the ordinary people, it is abantu.
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily Christians, but abantu. And therefore, Professor West, we called you in today so that you can come as we honor our mother. And we say, feel welcomed in this space and share with us what you have.
Reverend Luvuyo Makalima.
Prof.
Thank you. Reverend Hulisani Ramantwana, thank you. And to all those of you who've summoned us here today, I thank you. But mostly I want to give thanks for Professor Madipoane Masenya Mphahlele, my sister, and the mother to many. We come today because you are among us. We celebrate you, and we thank your family for sharing you with us. This is a very special day. It's a particularly special day for me because, in a way, I'm old enough to connect today and tomorrow, where you will honor Professor Takatso Mofokeng. And I will be here tomorrow as well. No, it's very special for me to be here, to be a part of this. it's particularly special because we honor Professor Welile Mazamisa today. And again, I'm old enough to consider him one of my mentors from the late 1980s and early 1990s. I consider him a comrade and a friend. We were part of a hermeneutic seminar coordinated by Professor Bernard Lotteghan down in Stellenbosch in the Western Cape. It was very progressive in terms of its hermeneutic work, but it was still largely white, and most of the contributors were white. And if you read the publications that came out of it every year for years, most of us are white. And into this space, Prof Welile Mazamisa, and those of you who don't know him, he was a quiet, gentle person, but incisive, relentless, and he kept provoking. And he and I became sort of, I was the Engelsman who was provoking, and he was this black person that was provoking, and so we became comrades. And what we shared in common was the struggle to incorporate, in the sense of embody, right? Incorporate the body, where were the body of ordinary black South Africans in this hermeneutic seminar? And what Professor Mazamisa did to talk about this was to raise the question of orality and the shift between orality, literacy, textuality, back to orality. And there's a very short but profound piece published in one of those collections from 1991, where he offers this very seminal understanding. And I'd encourage you to go and find that one. It's part of that series. So I want to honor him today and his family who are with us. Lovely to see the young man who looks like his father. So it's a joy to be a part of this symposium. I also want to say how much a joy it is to be a part of a symposium in the name of Professor Welile Mazamisa that includes not only Professor Masenya, but also Professor Takatso Mofokeng. I honestly think that Prof Mofokeng's 1988 article, Black Christians, the Bible and Liberation, is one of the most profound articles on biblical hermeneutics ever published. I'm doing some work at the moment on notions of African biblical scholarship as useful, what Heidegger referred to as ready to hand rather than present to hand. And so I've been rereading Mofokeng and Mosala, and it is profound. I mean, I've read this article, I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of times, but every time you see something you didn't see before. It's seminal in that sense. It grows. It's a bit like Prof Masenya's Bosadi. It doesn't stay still. It grows, becomes something more. And so I want to acknowledge today how much Professor Takatso Mofokeng's work has meant in my life. As a young white South African, when I first read this thing, it changed my life, honestly. But I can't stop there, because I also want to acknowledge Professor Itumeleng Mosala, who will be a respondent tomorrow to Professor Mofokeng. It's hard to say this without feeling very emotional, but I was a young white South African in exile in England in 1985 when I started to read books that were banned here, but I could read there. And I came across the work of Itumeleng Masala. And believe it or not, I wrote to him a real letter. This is pre-emails, right? I wrote him a real letter. He was at the University of Cape Town and said, just thank you for your work. This is changing my life. And that began a correspondence as Prof Masala would print on a dot matrix printer things that he was writing, put them in an envelope, and post them to me at the University of Sheffield, in the People's Republic of Southern Yorkshire, the socialist state of Southern Yorkshire. And that began a relationship with someone I can only say has been a father to me in my scholarship. As a young white South African, you needed to be embraced by black colleagues. They needed to welcome you. They needed to invite you. They needed to discipline you. No, I'm serious about that. Yeah. And we used to go to workshops where we were disciplined, literally, as whites, by black consciousness. People would say, you whites, you know, whiteness is a pathology. You think you're going to be in charge. You're not going to be in charge. We're going to be in charge. Black consciousness will be in charge. We'll draw you in as we need you. And we had to hear that, and we had to be embraced by that. And I can honestly say that, Prof Masala, you were that person to me. You protected me. You gave me space when others said, why is this white guy here? You said, no, let him make a contribution. So thank you so much for that. Your work has shaped every aspect of anything and everything I've ever done. I mean that sincerely. So thank you for that. And I say that because it means that Prof Masenya and I have the same father. Do you hear that? We have the same father. And that really does make you, Prof Masenya, my sister. And I mean that. So we have had fathers in common, Mazamisa, Mofokeng, Masala, and we have journeyed then together as brother and sister, I think, in many, many ways. And today we've heard that you are the mother to so many. We've honored the fathers, but we will continue to honor you as the mother for generations to come. I want to start by situating the work of Professor Masenya in the early 1980s. Okay, again, this is something I can do as someone who's older than many of you. And again, this was the world I was caught up in the early 1980s as a young white South African who was engaged in the struggle in various ways and being disciplined by blackness. And the key aspects of the black struggle in those days were, how do you understand the relationship between race and class? Race and class, right? And I'm not sure how many of you have read the article by Lebamang Sebidi, which is published in a collection by Prof Masala and Prof Buti Tlhagale, where he coins the term racial capitalism. I think it's brilliant. And you should, it's the first volume, it's the first essay in that collection, The Unquestionable Right to be Free. And to the credit of the editors, Masala and Tlhagale, they put it as the first essay in the book. I think that was deliberate, because it sort of sets the tone for everything else that's in that remarkable collection, which I read sitting in the UK somewhere, you know, because it was banned here. But this notion of racial capitalism persuaded me that this was the terrain of struggle. So it wasn't as if culture and gender weren't there. They just were seen as, if you like, related struggles to the key struggle of racial capitalism. The very notion of racial capitalism, let me say, is something we should not let go of. It's evident in our contemporary South African context, racial capitalism. So both culture and gender are there, and we see it in the work of black theology. but the sort of formative intersection was race and class. Now, while I was sort of grappling with colleagues within black theology about this and trying to understand it as a white South African, there was an interesting forum on Christianity in the Southern African context at Rhodes University in 1985 in Grahamstown, Makanda. And what this forum did was to bring together the African independent churches and the settler churches, trying to understand culture. This is fascinating. So I was intrigued by this. You know, racial capitalism for me was the key site of struggle. Here we're talking about culture. There were the African independent church leaders, and there was Desmond Tutu. And the African independent church leaders were provoking Desmond Tutu, saying, you know, we've just sung a hymn, and Tutu, you stand there like you're a white man. Now, Desmond, being Desmond, he immediately started to sing and dance. But he was being challenged by the leadership of the AICs. And there were two young black theologians who presented papers at this forum, Frank Chikane and Buti Tlhale. Now, Frank Chikane and I had this in common. We'd both recently been expelled from our churches. We were both Pentecostal pastors, and we weren't shown the right hand of fellowship, we were shown the left foot of expulsion. So we had that in common, but what intrigued me was the paper by Tlhale, a Catholic theologian. And it was something that didn't make sense to me fully until I started reading the work of Prof Masenya. So he gave me these provocative ideas, but I didn't fully understand what they meant until I started to read the work of Prof Masenya. So bear with me as I share a little bit of what Buti Tlhale says. And again, you can find all these essays. They're in the 1985 volume of JTSA, I think. So Tlhale offered an incisive analysis of the shift from an initial settler colonial apartheid cultural monoism in which Africans were to be delivered by missionaries and their churches from their pagan world and assimilated into European culture to be a cultural pluralism in which adoption and integration into Western culture soon ceased to be the ideal. Fascinating. So what Tlhale is saying is the initial impulse behind settler colonialism was to incorporate African culture into the dominant culture, right? Now, that's not what we remember from apartheid, is it? So that's what's key about Tlhale's analysis. He's saying there was a first phase, right? Enculturation, he goes on to argue, threatened not only the cultural identity of the dominant groups, but also their political dominance. So what he tries to argue is the idea that you could assimilate black culture, African culture, into European white culture started to threaten the very basis of European white culture. Does that make sense? It destabilized that very fixed notion of culture. And so there was a move away from that. And the customs, beliefs, and languages of indigenous peoples were now no longer pagan and undesirable, but now would be allowed to develop and embody the national aspirations of the different ethnic groupings. Very interesting analysis. So you move from a cultural monoism to cultural diversity. So what was pagan now becomes national. The identity of the apartheid various communities. What Tlhale's nuanced analysis offered was a distinctive place for culture alongside race and economics in black theology's understanding of the South African struggle. And what I remember so well from his paper and you can see it in the published version as well. He's kind of grappling publicly with all of us. He's kind of saying, what do we do with culture? What do we do with this thing called culture? Perhaps, he says, somewhat tentatively, we should therefore bracket, at least temporarily, the almost dogmatic phrase of Marx and Engels that in the final analysis, it is the economic base that determines social reality. Right? Racial capitalism. He says, well, maybe there's something else going on here, right? The cultural reality. For both whites and Africans, an economic reductionism should not be used, he argues, in an explaining of ethnic cultural issues. In spite of the devastating impact of Western culture, and in spite of the calculated reasons for which the apartheid regime seeks the preservation of ethnic identities, Mphahlele writes at the time, 1985, African culture continues to survive with a remarkable force. We cannot bypass this cultural reality. Now remember, he's not sure how he's going to be received, because we've got racial capitalism, right? And he's just trying to present an argument that starts to persuade people. And of course, the AIC start to dance more, and Tutu starts to move. It was an amazing forum, because what Mphahlele did is he lit something that then took a kind of embodied presence in that forum, almost a liturgical presence. Mphahlele reminds those gathered the values and meaning embedded in the African symbol system continue to dominate the African worldview much more radically than what meets the eye. The Christian practice, this is a Catholic speaking, right? The Christian practice, its ritual and symbol system are far from being replaced, far from replacing the deep-rooted African way of perceiving the terrestrial and the spiritual. Addressing Africans from within the missionary, settler-initiated churches, directly, Mphahlele concludes, what the advocates of indigenization and acculturation are pleading for is the public emergence of African forms of being. Enter Prof Masenya. He concludes, and he challenged all of us, he looked at all of us, and he left us with the following task. The question is, he says, can culture be cast into a creative mold? Can culture be cast into a creative mold that gives meaning and direction to the diverse population groups of South Africa? Culture has become represented through apartheid as this destructive, alienating, divisive reality. Can culture be cast into a creative mold? Now, what I want to say today is that this question would be answered decisively by Professor Masenya. From 1989 all the way to where we are now. And I want to very briefly then look at 7 aspects. And it's kind of a summary, Prof Masenya, not a detailed analysis. I wanted first to situate your work within a terrain in which the position you took was quite radical. Here you've got a scholar of the stature of Mphahlele being a little bit anxious about, taking on the cultural terrain. And you began to then harness that terrain on behalf of all of us. But I've identified at least 7 significant contributions in your work. Firstly, and I've mentioned that, is an affirmation of African culture. And I want to simply say that boldly, because it is absolutely critical that someone guided us alongside this work of Mphahlele to what it meant to turn to African culture. And you showed us the way. Second, I'm going to say a little bit more about each of them. This is just a summary, so those of you who are trying to understand my shape will see that there are these 7 things. So firstly, an affirmation of African culture. Secondly, the facilitation of a school in the European, German sense of a school, right? You've created a school of scholarship on the work of African proverbs. I think this is a remarkable contribution. Thirdly, a commitment to using biblical studies for contextual change. Fourthly, a specific theoretical contribution through the corpus of work over what, 30, 35 years on Bosadi. Fifthly, an intersectional contextual analysis. Sixthly, an engagement, as we've already seen, with the diversity of Old Testament texts and genres. And lastly, seventhly, a relentless engagement with institutional sites of struggle. And I'm going to say a little bit about each of these. The turn to culture. Mphahlele said, is it possible to have a creative moment around culture? And I think, without any doubt, Prof Masenya, you have shown us what it means to be creative around notions of culture. And I think it's your creativity as you've come back to culture again and again and again over 30, 35 years that has shown us the way forward and has made it clear to us that alongside race and class, culture and gender have to be part of this understanding of our African realities. Secondly, as I've already said, what was in the 1980s the most substantive African biblical interpretation theory, a post-colonial comparative approach, you took and very creatively used to connect biblical proverbs and African proverbs, particularly Northern Sotho proverbs. And I think this was genius, because what you did, you know, one of the problems with so much early African biblical scholarship was we tended to generalize. Now, it was political at the time. I remember when Musa Dube and I did the Bible in Africa, that big fat book, people would write, the African way of understanding this is that, right? We'd write back and say, where are you from? And they'd say, well, from Nigeria. We'd say, where in Nigeria? They'd say, well, among the Igbo people. We'd say, well, write about an Igbo understanding, not an African understanding, right? So that specificity of African identity was the genius, I think, of your... And I know you got a lot of critique in the early days. I remember us at SBL one year, and people didn't like this particularly Northern Sotho version of womanist, feminist stuff. But you didn't back off. And so your work in Proverbs took on this specificity of identity. And I think that has been profound. And there's a whole school of scholars, many in this room today, who are shaped by that work of yours. And thank you for that. The third aspect, then, is that this work was never for you. And it's important to say this. This work was never for you simply about an academic contribution. You wanted to change our realities. You wanted to change our lived realities. And so contextual change was absolutely significant in your work. Whether it was change in your own Northern Sotho community, change in your church, and I cite articles where you've done all of these things, change in South African and Euro-American biblical studies, change within the institutions within you worked, and the practice of scholarship. So you were relentless in seeing sites of struggle where there needed to be change. And you used your biblical scholarship to promote and inflict change. And I use that word inflict deliberately. Fourthly, alongside this work on Proverbs, you've then, and others have said it more eloquently than I'm going to say it, is you've developed this corpus of work. I like that term the term corpus around Bosadi. Now, I have known your work from the very beginning, but I've watched you go back again and again and again, and to reiterate, but not simply to repeat. And a lot of my own work's like that. I realize that I keep coming back to it because I have new insights into what we're trying to argue about, ordinary readers or whatever. And I want to thank you for not moving on too quickly to something else. Lots of scholarships like that. You do this and then you do that and you do that. And you've remained faithful to something that you've allowed to grow and you've allowed to be reconceptualized, both by yourself and, as you've heard today, by those around you. And it's not always easy to watch your own work be reconceptualized by others. You know, how many times have I heard people say, well, you know, the ordinary reader, and I think, oh my goodness, what's going to come now? And it's sometimes, you know, helpful, other times not. Sometimes you don't quite know. You must have that all the time. Every time you hear Bosai, you think, oh my goodness, what's going to come? And yet, that is something profound, that you've created a terrain of scholarship that others can now make a contribution into. And you're just going to have to be gracious as you see the kinds of contributions they make. The fifth area then is this area of intersectionality, and that's been a great gift of yours as well, because what you've allowed the corpus of work around Bosadi to do is to connect culture and gender, but other things as well. And as others have already said, Julie's already said this, HIV. And I mention this now because I think we've got to come back to HIV. You know, we are losing young people, young women, even as we speak. And so you've never been afraid of intersecting your work with a range of other systems that are part of our dominant realities. And if I may say so, I think one of the things you've offered us is a refusal to look away from what we might call forms of retributive epistemology. Not just theology, but retributive epistemology. Simply put, what you sow, you will reap, right? In the Hebrew Bible terms, those who plow iniquity and those who sow trouble harvest it. Job 4:8. In the New Testament, the wages of sin is death. This kind of retributive epistemology is part of all our cultures. It's part of our patriarchies. And I honestly think we can't turn away from engaging this particular form of dominant theology. It is killing us. And it's an interesting way of connecting culture with economics, because we've done some work with young unemployed youth. And the young man was saying to us shortly, every time he puts his hand on the fridge to open it, he hears a voice saying, if you do not work, you shall not eat. Now, he is trapped in forms of unemployment, which are systemic, right? But what is it that he thinks of when he opens the fridge? Not those systems, but a retributive epistemology. So we see it in culture, we see it in economics, we see it in disability, we see it in all these spheres of our lives, that retributive epistemologies are like oil in our bones, and your work, particularly your work on HIV, and I think your work on the environment, ecology, raise up this particular dangerous epistemology and deal with it. Very briefly, you have not been afraid of diversifying your engagement with Hebrew Bible texts, both different texts and different genres. And I want to just acknowledge it. That, again, it's so easy for a scholar to be a psalm scholar or a wisdom scholar or whatever, and you've never allowed yourself to be pigeonholed in that kind of way. And lastly, we stand here in the hallowed halls of UNISA, and we have journeyed together, Professor Masenya, in the Old Testament Society of Southern Africa, Old Testament essays, and these are not places where I was mostly welcome, and I know the case was for you as well. And I have been amazed. I often gave up. I would find my black theology colleagues and say, well, this is my place. I'm not interested in these other places. You never gave up on the Old Testament Society. You never gave up on Old Testament essays. And as Lerato has shared, you have created spaces there for another generation, or generations. And it's this institutional identification of these sites of struggle that I think are really important in you being a pioneer. You have created space, not just for yourself, but for many of us younger scholars. And so we salute you. And I want to say, because I don't know who else is going to do it, but in the spirit of Ujuma, the Ujuma Center, Viva Masenya, viva! Long live Masenya, long live! Amandla! Siyabonga.
Yeah, that's Professor West. As I said, the big boss of contextual theology currently, now just retired. When was that? You retired how many years ago now?
2019.
2019 already, yeah. So that's not so long ago, some may say. Well, in African way of telling the years, it's not so long ago.
And you can always be summoned back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, thank you very much, Prof, for that insightful reflection on Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele. It's interesting that you mention not being welcomed of certain people in certain academic communities. We talk about, what's that thing that was that word that was related to the former president, capture. Could it be that, for the most part, what we have known as South African academia in its various faculties and departments, or here more specifically theology, faculties and theology-related departments, is and has been captured by certain academic cartels. That decides who is important and who is not important, who is well read by the readers and who is not. Cartels who dictate what the curriculum should be, who should be featured in the curriculum, and even who becomes employed to participate as an academic in this department and who doesn't. The history of the brooder bond is interesting when it comes to that, to see how it operated and how it controlled and even controlled these societies. New Testament society, Old Testament society, this society, that society, while excluding others. Kodwa ke asikho apho okwanamhlanje. Let me just say, before we move on to Professor Masenya, to break the cycle of these evil cartels, yeah, that's how we would say it in church, evil cartels. we as Ukoloneniko are looking into, yes, having these symposiums, and next year we're launching another symposium which will also be annual, the Itumeleng Mosala Symposium, where texts will be read in the Mosala fashion of putting the experiences, the lived experiences of the people, first, prioritizing them, foregrounding interpretation of the biblical text on the lived experiences of the people. So we are going there next year. Where we are going ultimately, some people say, never tell what you want to do. There's this new thing that says, because it's Hababaloi, Baloi can, take over. So don't say what you are going to do. Look, like Lerato said, that's Habibaloi, So now, where this is going, breaking the cycle of these cartels that have epistemologically marginalized Abantu for the longest time in South African institutions. We want to see these names of these great contributors from our tradition as research chairs at universities around South Africa. We want to see a Madipoane Masenya Ngwan'a Mphahlele research chair in Old Testament studies in a university. And so the Mosala research chair in Old Testament, yet in another university. The Mazamisa New Testament chair in another university. The Takatso Mofokeng chair in systematic theology in another university. And as those people in politics like to say when they are intimidating each other, in our lifetime, yeah, not in any other time, in our lifetime. So we want to see that happening. Because you see, when that happens, as I said earlier, God will be better glorified. Because then, what God has gifted Abantu with, which is humanness, will be spread out and proclaimed through those research chairs and symposiums and conferences and and publications and all such things. So please, our Moloi, if you are not a Moloi, please pray for us and work with us towards that realization, because that is not for our own selves and for our own glory, but it is for the dignity of Abantu in their own land of South Africa. So please, now we move on and call on Professor Madipoane Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele, to do her reply. Thank you.
Some of you who are used to listening to me at conferences and so forth will remember that I usually use my iPad. So now I'm struggling with this because of the nature of the office in which I am. There is no time for iPads and so forth and to prepare lectures. But Mr. Program Director, Reverend Magarima, the Mazamisa family, represented here by mom and son, and indeed he looks like the dad. The Masenya family, represented here by Dr. Welile Mazamisa Symposium, Mokonwanji Dikgolo, Chegofatso Masenya, our second son, and Welile Madipoane Masenya Jr., our granddaughter, and the sons who I want to acknowledge in absentia, Dumisho Masenya, my firstborn son, who we lost to a car crash in 2008, as well as the last-born son, Thabo Matlobuko Masenya. We lost to a sudden illness last November. I want to also acknowledge them. To the members, and I'm aware of one of the UNISA Council, Professor Musoma, and the members of the Office of the Principal and Vice Chancellor of UNISA, Professor Lengabula, the one who made her story, because when she was appointed Principal and Vice Chancellor of UNISA and started to assume duties in January 2021, she was the first woman, irrespective of color, first woman Principal and Vice Chancellor of UNISA in UNISA's 147 years of existence. I think we need to. So she made history, and actually she made her story amidst a patriarchal context. So she regrettably couldn't make it because of bereavement in the family. And some of you who know her will know that the two people we are honoring today and tomorrow are very special to her heart. So she would have loved to be here. But in our midst, we have colleagues in the Office of the Principal and Vice Chancellor. Ms. Moemise presented an address on behalf of our line manager. And then we have in our midst also Dr. Mabusela, who is the legal mind in that space. We also have Ms. Masai Matole, who is the diplomat in the space. She is the one who will tell us to, when we welcome visitors to, the site, of your body and how to behave yourself and so forth. And also in the internationalization drive. We also have in our midst who we call Fejani, Mr. Tabang Sindani, who is the executive secretary or PA to our principal. Did I miss anyone, colleagues? But I also know you have in your midst. She is also actually in the bigger office space, Professor Kuno, in our midst. So therefore, I'm also elated that they can be counted in the protocol list. And please bear with me, that's how we're taught, isn't it, to acknowledge, not to rush to presenting. But don't worry, I'm not going to present a paper like the academics did here. And also, let me acknowledge Professor Ramanzwana Ulisana, the chair of Department of Biblical and Ancient Near Eastern Studies, the department that is actually, I would want to believe, has been actively involved in hosting the lecture of today. So he's not here alone. There are some colleagues, but critical among them in the organization is the one who spoke here and nearly made me cry. We will talk, girls. It's one of my Moredi Waka Lerato. So who were actively involved, and I know in the last, I think from our interactions, you would have noticed that I'm cheeky, isn't it, or stubborn? Because there was a possibility that this big event could not be live streamed. I said, no, if it means us doing something out of the ordinary, we have to do, because I can't want to believe that there are lots of people who are not necessarily in the routing, colleagues, friends, elsewhere in South Africa, elsewhere on the continent, and elsewhere in the US, in Europe, Norway, and so forth. I remember one of them said, it will be 3 o'clock, he is based in the US, it will be 3 o'clock in the morning, but I will tune in. So it was really going to be a disaster for the colleagues, the friends and supporters who are elsewhere, out of Pretoria. And in Limpopo, from where I come. And by the way, if I had time, I'll then come to explain that was left out in the interactions. That is not only Northern Sudan's point of departure, because that's where, I will know the proverbs and all that. But I've always said you have Wansati, you have Mosadzi, you have, Umfazi. And I know how the word Mosadi seems problematic in our ears because of how, we were, and therefore in this context, how our patriarchal culture, African cultures, had sort of socialized us to self-hate. When I say Monna, there's nothing wrong. When I say Mosadi, they say, no, that's a bit too much. It must be me. I said, no, you don't have to be me to be a Mosadi. Okay, that's the topic. Can you see now I'm deviating from the protocol, from the protocol. Okay, so therefore this department and the members of the theology cluster who are here, and some of them are abroad, I'm aware, and I'll come and ask them why they could go abroad and coincide with this important. Yes, and also jointly with the organizers of the Prof Welile Mazamisa Institute, and those organizing from the practical, our systematic, our Department of Philosophy, and forgive me for missing systematic theology and practical theology, to really appreciate. I mean, when I received a letter not long ago, and the program I was warned not to see it before you all. So I'm just seeing it for the first time when I came in this morning. There was something I think they were hiding, and I could identify what was being hidden. And indeed, it's a lovely surprise. Thank you very much. So therefore, to thank you so very much, as a team, to have thought about me, as academics, I remember my boys, when they were still there, they will tell me, oh, this, because they will know me to be engaged with this, reviewing, doing this, and they will ask, how much are you going to be paid? I said, no money. They said, no, this is. So therefore, we are not used to receiving, to being given, to being honored, We are thinking we have to work, we have to write, and write not as business as usual. Write to transform, to challenge, to critique. And we don't expect to be thanked or to be, So therefore, it was humbling when I got a letter from Prof Ngwan'a to say, we are thinking of honoring you. Would you be available? Would you accept the honor? And I thought they have a lot of faith, isn't it? What if I was in Seoul or in Atlanta during this day? Yeah. So, but anyway, I'm thankful that it coincided with my being inside the country, and I'm so thankful and thank God for your thoughtfulness, and I ask that God would continue to bless you. I'm smiling because there is a challenge around the what is that, the gender of God, but let me not go there. Yeah, but let me not go there. And the former honoree, did I acknowledge Human Sciences? The College of Human Sciences is the college that hosts this department. So I want to believe that, the college marketers and media people and all those who were involved in the preparation of this. So I want to acknowledge Professor Ngosi and Professor Mashau in absentia for having allowed you all to organize something like this. It's beautiful. And let me also acknowledge Prof Masala, as they already indicated, that is the honoree who was formally, honored in the previous symposium. And as Gerald has rightly put it, brother and sister from the same father. He may not remember that during my doctoral research, that was a struggle because, there were no works that would help me on women, and particularly black women. But the works by feminist scholars were helpful, Christina Landman, when she saw the invite yesterday, said, why didn't you put me on the program? Because of the role I played in your life. She is so right. Yes. The works of people like Christina Landman, Kretschmer, Louisa Kretschmer, Denise Ackerman, were very helpful in terms of, and the works of the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians. But you couldn't find works by African scholars, black scholars, reading the Bible from a gender lens. Even from a feminist, it was difficult. That's why I had to go to a Garrett Evangelical Theological Seminar where I would be in a class of people like Rosemary Ruther, where I would be nurtured by Phyllis Bate, and so forth. So they played a significant role in my formation and ultimately, and the works of humanist scholars like Dr. Renita Weems, and there I would engage even the works of Jacqueline Grant, Williams, very significant in the formation of the Wasadi concept. It didn't fall from the sky, and therefore the works of former black liberation theologians, contextual theologians, was also very critical. So I want to acknowledge Professor Musala in our midst. Let me also acknowledge all the members of the UNISA epistemic communities who are present here, and acknowledge friends and supporters, colleagues, some retired and some still in the system, though retired, like the speaker. And remember, we have people, as I said, who are watching virtually. I'm also acknowledging you, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm acknowledging you here for the second time, virtual participants. Taming, Masiari, Abusheni, Molo, Sanbonani, Lochani, Habari, Moni, Mamkase, Huetach, and good afternoon. Is it afternoon already now? I think I will need to be very fast. I think I thought I must start by thanking, I remember to thank them, for this gesture of honoring me. I already did that. But I was going to start by thanking God. And I know the scholars, particularly biblical scholars, may be agitated, wherever you are, whether here or somewhere, because elsewhere, Gerald and them will remember that I read an article, I presented a paper. It was a religion sexuality conference, I think. Park your faith and your brains at the doorstep. African women, biblical hermeneutics. Where I was saying, and I was not reading something like that for the first time. I read it also in Israel, so to say, though I had not put it like that. To say, as an African biblical scholar who has been trained in historical criticism, ideological criticism, to read critically, but also who is a person of faith, if you like, who believes in the power of prayer, and who believes in the changing nature of these same texts that were used and continue to be used by those in power to disempower others. I must not be allowed or actually be expected by a church to park my critical faculties at the doorstep of the church, come inside, and here you mess up with a text, interpreting it as though it's history while I know it's a legend or a myth, and say hallelujah. Because you would have expected me to park my brains there. And as an academia, you mustn't expect me or, to park my faith at the doorstep, come in and pose as though I'm not a person who believes in the power of prayer or who believes in the sacred other, however you call him. I will use him for your sake, to nurture your ears. So therefore, to nurture the ears of those who are still growing, I prefer to use the word parent or sometimes just God, even though we know if you go into the Hebrew, those words are still cast in male language. But anyway, and I'm so sorry, I find myself of ramping, while I'm supposed to. So therefore, I thank God. Why am I thanking God? In the first instance, for life. As a woman, and then later on a mother, I have learned to know that life is very unpredictable. Life can be unfair. Life, can turn your theology upside down. Because I had 4 children, I was blessed to be enabled to carry 4 babies to a full term and deliver them successfully. But right now, as we speak, 2 of them have transitioned. I don't have control. You go back to the book of Job, for example. You go back to the theology, the simplistic theology that you were trained in on nature, that if you do good, you'll eat the fruit of the land. If you do evil, you'll be punished. And forget that here is Job suffering, even though he was righteous. To know that you can't put God in a box. So I thank God for life. But I thank God also particularly for the fact that, and I know this may sound also simplistic, in the early days, in my teen years, I actually come from the Anglican tradition, my dad's tradition. And when I came to embrace this tradition secretly, the Pentecostal tradition secretly, I would attend 2 churches. So the other one, the Anglican in the morning, and then the full gospel. Then was the full gospel. I would go in the afternoon. And I would make sure that my parents, because you can imagine my father was this Anglican, Wilson Madrim and Mphahlele standing here, the tone, the British tone and so forth, are not going to tamper with me that I'm not respecting them because I followed another faith. Because I actually found more energy, more life, more, if you like, excitement in the new faith. So therefore, for God having enabled me in that early stage of my life to commit to Christ as personal Savior, And this happens when I'm in a high school, far away from home, a boarding, far away, at the age of 13, 14, when one of the teenagers, and they were laughing and mocking at her, gave what we call a testimony, testified. And it didn't happen in a miraculous way. Perhaps it was a miraculous way. Perhaps then the Spirit of God was talking to me, because when she spoke, I just thought, no, this girl, I think this girl, I want to be like her. The past is history. The reason why I mentioned this important turning point in my life is because I believe it's one of those that made me to be ordered, to be able to know that I don't have to, my parents, I have to respect them, but God first, they will follow. So therefore, if it means them chasing me out of the house because I'm still under them, because of the newfound faith, so let it be. So this is the same God, fast forward, who then blessed me with that gentleman. And just quickly, Professor Grant, one of the founder members of humanism, when I was there as a visiting scholar, and I'm linking with what she said. I was there as a visiting scholar between 2004 2005. And then when I left, they did a celebration. Some of you might have been there, a celebration for me to be thankful that I was associate professor. For us, people who are in the academy here, both at UNISA and particularly at UNISA, because I know what is happening here, we suffered before we could get. I mean, I've been in a lectureship position for about 13 years or so. So I had just acquired an associate professorship. So they did a celebration. That was also combined with my leaving to the US for a sabbatical, where I was accepted, I guess, the first womanist scholar from outside the US, you know. Then before I left, he mentioned something very, revolutionary, if you like, because I guess the brothers, you know, were asking, so you are letting a wife go away for more than a year. How are you going to navigate? And he said, and this is what now made Jacqueline Grant to ululate. I heard Jacqueline ululating to say that is not typical of African men, right? To say, we're answering those skeptics who were wondering, but what kind of husband is this, you know, who is not ruling over the wife and allowing the wife, and he's going to be taking care of the household, you know, domesticity, kids and so forth. And he said to them, he tells me, he said to them, no, he actually said it during the farewell. Yeah, you said it publicly. He says, first and foremost, she belongs to God, and then to me. So therefore, I need to be thankful to God for such, because then that's why the faith at the faith found at in the days of my youth, because already then I knew I'm not going to pray for just any man who comes. They came indeed, and I gave them a pushback, because I needed to have a man who will be two things: a man who will be God-fearing, and a man who will not be threatened by my successes. Because already then, when we came into started coding and all that, I was doing honors, and he was having, of course, at some point he went to be above me with a diploma and so forth, so forth. I was actually above him in terms of the qualifications, so I was busy studying with UNISA, busy going to be completing his first degree and all that and all that. Okay, so I said, I don't want a man who will be threatened by my successes, because I don't see myself at the honors level. So for the young ones, can you hear a commitment already then that I am going to go into masters and doctorate? So therefore, I would not want to have a partner who will sort of stop me and be threatened by my success. And this is sometimes, and don't worry, I'm not going to respond to their papers. I'm busy responding this way, because I think the reason why I asked Strato, where are the papers? You know, I'm kept in the dark. You know, I'm expecting the papers so I can respond to them. So the fact that they deliberately made me to come and listen to them and then respond, I believe they don't expect the academic, footnoted response. So my response to what they said is really going to be short. So don't worry. I'm busy responding as I'm doing now. So therefore, sometimes I was telling Tebo, and Tebo would give me a different answer to say, sometimes I feel so bad about how he boasts about my, my successes and achievements. And she would say, Tebo is the one, Miss Moemis, the one who spoke on behalf of the principal. I says, no, you must appreciate him because there are very few men who can do that. So therefore, Mugoni, Wanchidokolo, and thankful to my kids. Baba Lemo, I think it took Palabai Melele, Chofajo, Marai Masenya, our second born. And Lerato is a chef, is somewhere in Senton, so they couldn't allow her. She's watching online, Kelsey. And as I said, those two boys who passed on, I want to say thank you very much, because what is achieved today is because of the sacrifices that we had to make. I remember Lerato, when she was still small, the girl, said, these people who keep on inviting you, don't you know that you have children, So you can see how the family suffers as you go out there, as you challenge, as you sometimes feel like you are a lone voice, as you are ostracized, because of the kind of theologies or biblical hermeneutics you would be presenting. So therefore, I'm very thankful, and therefore, through the 42 years of marriage, in June 18th this year, it was the 42nd year of marriage. We have, through thick and thin, have navigated together. And to that, indeed, we thank God. We give God the glory. And the academics everywhere, whether here at UNISA, whether at the then University of the North, that was the name then, now University of Limpopo, whether at Stuturana, even though that's why I had to leave the Stuturana College, because I got my master's while I was there, and I thought, no, there's not going to be any competition here. I'm going to think I'm top of all, I need to go to university. So whether there, and whether here at UNISA, where I spent many years, about 27 years, my colleagues in the Old Testament Society of Southern Africa, I'm not the type who flees away quickly, but I understand, having gone through the torture, even, before the new dispensation, how sometimes you can feel like, it's not worth doing. So all of you, global, on the continent, globally, the sisters in the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians, you have shaped who I am today. So all these scholars and all these institutions, they are support structures because they enable us to go to conferences, locally, abroad. I want to say thank you very much, Motuke Motu Kabatu. Yes, and I want to particularly thank these professors, and may their souls rest in peace. Professor Skiepers, who had confidence in me to say, go ahead and do, because the first graduate of Honours Biblical Studies at the University of the North then, and I was not in any way, I never thought, those who read some of what I've written about, never in my wildest dreams would I have thought I would end up in biblical studies. I never did it, even in matric. I did maths and science. You know how when you grow up and they realize it seems this child sometimes or many a time, is sort of outrunning others in the academic, should be a medical doctor. While Professor Skiepers, when he saw my performance in biblical studies, and that's another long story why I ended up in humanities rather than in the sciences. I studied in the sciences, I qualified, but because of the situation there, apartheid, quotas, and so forth, how many black students must pass at the end of the year, I realized, no, with my socioeconomic background, let me go for what I thought would be the easiest. That was not to be with biblical studies, the way it was taught, you can imagine, right? So I had confidence in me, said, okay, you can do honors. I had to do it 2 for 2 years because I had to do Hebrew. I had to be able to, so I would be with the theology students, only female there, do Hebrew to be able to interpret, to read from the Hebrew text at my second year of study. So I'm very grateful to this professor. And when I came to UNISA for masters, to Professor Beden, who was then for my masters with Professor Vessels, who actually for the first time taught me or brought the idea that these texts that remain in the past can be brought to the African context. So that's when it started now, with the comparison now of the Hebrew Bible Proverbs, thank you very much, and the Northern Sotho Proverbs for my masters. In the School of Wisdom is the title, In the School of Wisdom, an interpretation of some Old Testament proverbs in a Northern Sotho context, right? And then when these two gentlemen, Bishop, Professor Muila, and those of you who know Professor Dorothy Farisani is the dad to Professor Dorothy Farisani, and Reverend Nodoe. These two African men, who we usually dub as patriarchal and so forth, are actually the ones who encouraged me when I was invited to give a paper on black feminist reading of the Bible. The following year at the South African Biblical Studies Society, I refused. They persuaded me. I agreed. And I started reading literature written by women like Grant, like Wims, like Rutha, and so forth, Denise, Christina Landman. I was never to be the same again. That's why then my thesis, in the doctoral thesis in 1996, saw me bring in issues of gender, of class, and culture, Professor Gerald, to the reading of the biblical text. So therefore, I think I have mentioned here Old Testament scholars, traditional, hermeneutical conscious, contextual theologians, like feminists, humanists, black theologians, Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians, and members of the communities of faith in Mankweng. Some of you in Limpopo, you are watching virtually. Thank you for all the support you gave us, and some of you are here who were once members there and enabled us to use the gifts. For example, enabling me to conduct Bible studies where we would engage. Then you are pleased as an academic that what you are gaining, you are bringing back to the community, you can interact. You have been with us through the years, through thick and thin. Thank you so much for your support, supporting us also through prayer. And to the members of the church, the body of Christ, whether here in Pretoria, beyond, elsewhere in South Africa, the continent, and abroad, thank you so much for all the support you have given to us as a family and to me as a scholar. Now to the scholars, I hope I have thanked everybody, but I think I must also thank the professor who is the head of this institution. and Prof Lenkabula, if you could, you are having an opportunity. If not, we guess we will give you the video. You really saved our day yesterday when there was a possibility that this event would not be live streamed. And you came in, and we hear that our colleagues, some of them were indeed, we are aware you were in Durban. You had to come, and people had to get a link already yesterday, because indeed, as the CIO here, Menagene, had hinted as we were interacting, this would have been an indictment that in an open, distant education learning institution, an event so precious as this one would not be live streamed. So we are grateful. So to the scholars, really, what can I say than to first to thank you for your, out of your tight schedule. I know we are so tight, most of the time, to have an opportunity to look at my work and interact with it. Whether interacted with it in the context of connecting the Bosadi, not Basadi, Bosadi concept, Bosadi theory, Bosadi hermeneutics with the sun, and highlighting the fact that our experiences are core. Our experiences in a context in which we live as human beings, irrespective of class, irrespective of sexuality, irrespective of creed, as human beings with human dignity, have to be respected and actually have to form the core of our interaction. Actually, not only with biblical texts, with all the texts. Because how helpful is it to be doing whatever we are doing in our various specialities, and it's not being translated into the actual lives of the people? Then we remain academic pies in the sky, isn't it, as academics? And I'm not sure whether some of us who come from a context where these sacred texts were used and continue to be used to push others aside, to rob them of their monies today, to plunder them, to mess up with their bodies. The same text used, somebody grabbing a text of Ephesians 5 to say, I'm the head of the family, but pushing aside the whole context of that text that says this is a saving head who serves, who imitates the example of Christ, who is not just a servant by word of mouth, but gave himself. Where are the African heads in our families, in our institutions? And in this, for this institution, we can even, stress it too much. Where are they? Who would be heads and serve and love their wives here in the context of marriage? And I'm not saying, therefore, marriage must be idolized. Those who read my writings say, I'm not a woman, a Musadi, or a real Musadi, because I am me, because I have a child, and I have a boy child, or because I'm married, or because I'm a woman of class. No. I can be a Musadi, womanhood redefined, without all those. And therefore, I refuse to be validated by what tradition has taught me about womanhood or Musadi, womanhood redefined or Musadi. So therefore, and Julie, reminding us about the fact that the Psalter or the Book of Psalms has texts that are timeless, texts that we can embrace, we can still embrace in our context, to learn to be kind to ourselves and our identity as people who were previously and continue to be previously marginalized, to care for nature, to marvel at how the sacred other has elevated us as mortals to a position of gods. What is Adam? What is a human being that thou art mindful of him or her? Son or daughter of humanity, you have made him a little lower than God. So these texts enabling us to interact with the sacred other in those moments of sickness, the pandemic of the COVID pandemic, the pandemic of HIV and AIDS, enabling us to be in moments of lament and questioning God. God is so big that our questioning God in the midst of life tragedies is not something, big. God can still understand. My girl, the tribute, touching tribute that you paid to me, I was humbled and touched when you, and you even at some point, showed the impact, the transformative impact of the work. When you were dead, I mean, that was huge. And this gives me the courage to realize that a legacy has been left. If members of the younger generation, actually, it's very interesting that something like this, even though this is bigger, was done by the, there is this Society of Biblical Literature. It's a global society of biblical scholars, close between perhaps 12 to 15,000. So we gather in the US every year in November, but during the summer seasons of the northern scholars, we gather in other spaces. So we had gathered here in Pretoria, and I want to believe that it was through the agency of this lady here, Professor Juliana Claessens, who is a member of the women's, do we call it women's breakfast or? Yes, the status of women in profession of that society, that global society. She's a member in that committee, and I want to believe it was through her efforts. And back then, we were also privileged to have Professor Musa Dube as the president, of the Society of Biblical Literature. So here at Tekis, and these two scholars, Dr. Lerato and Professor Ngwan'a, when in the session where my work were to be honored, are the ones who actually presented, and then I had to respond. So I become fascinated that we have this younger generation, the next generation, that is already grabbing this work. That, for example, there is another Norwegian scholar who is doing a Busadi approach in the context of Madagascar. I wanted to make sure that she tunes in, the Busadi in the context of what? Of the DR Congo and so forth, Botswana, etc., etc. So, and Professor Gerard, thank you so much for reminding me that a legacy has been laid, and I'm proud that, I can rest. After this, ngano robala in the sense, the deeper sense, the permanent sleep, robala to sleep, because now you have celebrated me while I'm still alive, isn't it? So I can imagine, I can already see who will attend my funeral. And thank you very much for sort of, in a way, doing a good thing, not talking, laying flowers or talking good things about people when they can no longer hear you. So I want to appreciate the fact that out of your tight schedules you could make, and this is indeed a holiday, so you could make time to come and be with us here. Thank you so much. And Prof West, your 7-themed presentation about how you understood the Busadi, very helpful. And I know that this issue of culture, of how I brought in the culture, you are not mentioning it for the first time. You mentioned also in that setting where, the Society of Biblical Literature, remember, where this issue of bringing in the culture. You do this thing, and there was a reason, actually. There was a political, if you like, reason for that. And therefore, there is also a political reason for using a Sotho weight and Northern Sotho. But as I've already indicated, you will, if you go particularly into the Bantu languages, the root Sadi is for woman. And I refuse for those who want me to replace Busadi with Bomme, because Bomme is a mother. You get what I mean? And they think Busadi, if you say somebody is Msadi or Wansadi or Umfazi, you are denigrating them. No, we must, and particularly as women, we must learn to reclaim those names and use them accordingly. And therefore, to deliberately bring in the African culture, to say there are positive elements in the culture, and then I uplift those positive elements. The negative ones, I challenge them. Like I will challenge negative elements in any text, including the Quran, the biblical text, and so forth, so forth. So therefore, it was deliberate. And it was deliberate not to go the universal, fashionable feminist, I could have embraced the womanist. I also thought, no, this is also Western in origin. It arose from the black female American culture, but it's still Western, So therefore, no, in our culture, we also have ways, and we also, have ways of affirming, and that's why I don't use deliberately Mphahlele Masenya. I say Mphahlele, I say Masenya, Ngwan'a Mphahlele. Because once in our context there in Limpopo, you hear people call me Ngwan'a Mphahlele, they don't come from where I come from. So this will show the way of expression of people who are foreigners to my context. But seeing that my roots are at the Mphahlele, actually, as I conclude, I was told that traditionally, when I would be buried, the Mphahlele men would be the ones who would be in the front of the coffin. Because what would they say? This head belongs to the Mphahlele. Yeah, you can have the body. And have the body, but belongs to. So therefore, there are ways, there are cultural ways of affirming our identities, and we need to reclaim them. Particularly here at UNISA, we are saying we are reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. We are saying, as our vision, we are the African university shaping futures in the same service of humanity. I think on this note, because I can talk, by the way, I'm also, another title is Reverend. So even though I don't have a church, you are my church. So on this note, Chair, once again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish you all well.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. You made me wanna read again just verse 30 and 31 from the Proverbs. Chen is sheker, and Yofi is fleeting, but an Isha Yirat Hashem, she shall be praised. Give her of the pri of her yadayim, and let her own maasim praise her in the sharim. Now that you have spoken, we won't let you have the last word. Call that patriarchalism or whatever. Mphahlele Masenya to say the last word of what you were telling us.
Thank you, Mr. MC. I was just talking to my wife and saying, this MC must have read a lot of books. And thank you to the Mazamisa family. I just wish to, on behalf of the family, thank you for taking time and leaving your important things and just coming here to be with us. And I would like to, because I'm speaking on behalf of the family, mention a few people who are with us here. You saw our surviving son, Chirofacho, and I'll now ask our granddaughter, Madipoane Jr., to stand up so that you can see her. Yeah, I hope our three grandchildren, Kamorelo, Kamutumi, and Madipoane, will follow in the steps of their grandmother. And for your information, because of the supervision she has been doing with a number of students, there is another Madipoane in the DR Congo named after her. And Miss Manyako Mateja represents the Masenya family. Stand up a bit. She's my sister's daughter, the second born in our family. And the Madisen family represents the Mphahlele. The Mphahlele, please stand up. Their mother is a sister to my wife. And Professor Dolamo, is he still here? Yeah, Professor Dolamo, it's actually representing the Mphahlele royalty. He's a grandson in the family, from my in-law's side. His sister is a sister to Madipoane. And I'm sure you're elderly, and you're elder than her. Yeah, his mother is your sister, and then he calls you Mani. So, Professor Dolamo, can you show up again? And we have got our friends here, Tendani Manchimuli, please stand up. She is in the financial sector, finances and money, but they go along very well. And the Ngwepe family, Advocate Ngwepe, and his wife, Professor Ngwepe, they are also our friends. Please show. And church members who are here, two ladies who are sitting there, Dr. Mary Jane and Mona, they were in her Bible school classes. Please show. In the, what do you call it, Sunday school, in the Sunday school classes. Yeah, the Bible studies, yes. And of course, some of her students have become family also. I see Professor Ndiko here. Was he the first one of your students here? Please show. And many other students around the world. And from the office of the principal, can you please, all of you, just show up again? Professor Nengabula is one of the few who recognized her potential, together with Professor Musoma, who made us to have so many trips around the world in the project they were doing here, Paris, Peter Paris. I think one year we had about 18 flights traveling the world, starting in Greece and going all over. And I personally benefited because I've seen so many countries I could not have visited through her. People in, my friends and so on, pity me, as you have heard. How do you manage with this powerful woman and so on? And she has already told you the answer. I had to learn a lot of names, the authors, Messi Odioye, Fiorenza, Bede, Mosala, Kanyoro Msimbi, Gerald West. I knew Professor Julie to be Juliana. I also know her name because I must listen to those names every day. And one day she came back with a new title. Professor Mosala calls her Tawares. I must audit her works, listen to what she's saying, ask me about this and that, give an advice, even where I could not. She was actually turning me into a theologian, while I'm not. And the word Mosali was actually birthed when we were in Evanston, next to Chicago. We had a discussion around it and so on. And ultimately, she was happy about it. We also worked together. We wrote a radio series together, Itlile, which was actually addressing gender issues. And I don't know when, we also wrote an article together on church breakaways. It's a very popular one, I think. People are reading it a lot. They are church breakaways. She came with the theology and the, what you call, I came with the training of pastors, that they should be well trained before they can do the work in any way. So thank you very much, Professor Ramanzwana and Dr. Larato, for thinking about this great thing, and the Mazamisa family for allowing us to be part of this organization, and everything that you could do. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here.
Again. Yes, in a time when black families are disintegrating, it's a beautiful sight to see a united and loving family like that. So keep it up, say. You are doing a good job. And now we come to Professor Wurisani Ramatswana. Lunch is ready, by the way. Do not despair.
I'm not going to take long. We are almost done. Okay. Now I am the chief editor of Old Testament essays, and we are working on a special issue with Dr. Ngwan'a and Dr. Olojede, and we cannot keep it a secret anymore. It was supposed to be a secret until it is published, but because of the changes that are happening in the space of journals and publications, this year we have moved to continuous publications. So it means that I have to publish articles as they are completed. I cannot wait for a volume to be completed and then publish it. So the articles will be published as they come. As they are completed with the reviews, we will publish them. In my own thinking, when I became the chief editor of Old Testament essays, in my mind, the first person that was going to get, a black person who was going to get a special issue, was supposed to have been you. But then, how do I do it when you come to me and you said, there is another one that I want you to honor? And at that point, it was Professor Adam. And I could not, you cannot say no to your mother in any way if she comes and she says, this is what needs to be done, and it needed to be done that way. And so this one coming from us as a presentation to you. And I should say, for us, having been part of the Old Testament Society of Southern Africa, one of the painful things that we observed as we came in, the marginalization and the exclusion that was there, and the failure to recognize you, was painful. The fact that up to the point of retirement, you got into the executive of the Old Testament Society only as an additional member. It doesn't make sense. It did not make sense. And I said you are Elijah Kandira because you had to bear all these things. You bore all these things so that we can be in this position where we are able to do it.
Yes, sir.
And so now, as the chief editor of this journal, with the general secretary of the Old Testament Society, we are able to do this. With the treasurer of the Old Testament Society, we are able to do this. We have infiltrated the system. And so we are glad that you opened the way for us. Now, there are a number of articles that are coming up. I'm not going to read them all, I'm just going to go through them. And I don't mention the authors because they are still under review. We have to observe protocol when it comes to these things. So we are grateful for the work that you have done, for leading the charge, and that we are able to benefit from your scholarship. There are gifts that we have prepared, and we would like you to come so that we can present the gifts to you.
Oh, guys, here's another woman that touches. Professor Grace Kuno, thank you. I knew her as soon as you walked in. Colleagues, Professor Masenya, let me move the side. This is a certificate of recognition that we proudly present to you in recognition of the hermeneutical contribution that you've made in shaping biblical scholarship. Thank you that at some point you led this department as the chair. And thank you, like Gerald has said, you have institutionalized and concretized these ideas. So with this, we say thank you.
Oh, another one. Wow. We also request our presenters to come to the fore. We have something for you as well. Professor West, Dr. Faleni, Ms. Mazamisa, you can come to the fore as well. Yes. We will start with Mama Mazamisa. Dr. Faleni.
And now, let's jump right to closing remarks. For the closing remarks, Dr. Mokoena, looks like you've captured the stage. Come over here for closing remarks. Yeah.
Colleagues, words really fail me. Thank you. Let me do it in the correct order. Like Professor Masenya said, this nearly became an impossibility. That we will be able to live stream, that at some point we even thought of postponing. I would like to thank in absentia the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Linkabula, her office, the support that they gave us in a matter of hours. Everything was done. We are so grateful, Prof, wherever you are watching from. Let me also thank the Vice Principal of Operations and Facilities. Let me also thank the Department of Institutional Advancement. Let me thank the Dean, Deputy Dean in absentia, Professor Nkosi and Professor Mashau, and also the director of the school as well, because, such things need to go through so many signatures for us to get here, and it took a lot. Let me thank the departmental administrators who assisted us, and let me also thank the marketing team. That is the biggest one, that is the biggest takeaway. The marketing team housed in the College of Human Sciences, Mr. Welile Mabona, I saw him in the morning, Ms. Kabonina, UNISA Radio, I don't know if we are live. Let me thank the brothers and sisters who came, the catering team, and everyone who made this a possibility. I see he's gone now. I also wanted to thank Professor Tshepo Lepagha, the Chair of Department in Practical Philosophy and Systematic Theology. But most importantly, let me thank my chair. Prof, colleagues, this is Professor Ramantshwana's first tenure as Chair of Department in Biblical and Ancient Studies. And I remember when he came in and he presented his vision for the department, a lot of colleagues were, nodding, saying, yeah, I think this is the guy. And I am so happy that, Prof, we took off running. We just hit the ground running. And colleagues are here from the department in all scientific disciplines housed in Biblical and Ancient Studies. You have our support, and this is why such an event was able to be possible. Let me also thank the Institute. Last year we were in Stellenbosch. We were honoring Tower, Professor Musala. Yes, he's my Tower. He also calls me Tower. We were in Stellenbosch, and that was my first time attending the Welile Mazamisa Symposium. And Reverend Makalima, thank you so much. I think sometimes we understate the work that you are doing. We really do. I mean, I see sometimes, the zeal and tenacity that you put in every word that you speak, and how hard you emphasize this work to be done, and to be done correctly, and to be treated with delicacy, care. And as we continue to draw from these sources of intellect of the late Prof, thank you. I don't know if you thanked enough, but thank you for the work you do. To the family, Mama, Makalima always says this every year, always recounts how many times you and the kids had to be away, always helping Prof. I think the one that he likes to narrate more is that you helped Prof write the bibliography of his thesis, and the kids as well. So, thank you. I want to thank you for sharing so generously with us. Utata, and you are a splitting image of your father. I can't get over it. And I think it's also consolation. And Mama, every year you are here. Thank you. We really thank you. Colleagues, now let me go to the family of the honorary and the honorary herself. Professor Masenya, I have eulogized you, I have sang your praises, I have done everything possible under the sun. To you, I say, thank you for your scholarship. I love what Gerald said, it's institutionalized, and I didn't realize until you said that. And even when Professor Ramanson was speaking, I'm like, it is so easy for me to now walk into spaces because ke mosadi. And I get a mood at that. And you know, people see, and we have paid heavy dues to be here, even at my tender age. But Prof, another thing, we were sitting there with Prof Kuno, she looks at me and she says, wow, so she's a decolonial scholar. And I said, one of the very firsts, if you look at it, one of the very, very firsts. And often people like to ask, what is the fuss? What is this thing about Busadi? I'm like, the intricacies. And you mentioned something about reading from the empire. And that's the crux of it. That when we read, we recognize that we do not share in a grammar of suffering with other people, even though biologically we are made similar. But you can be a black woman in the north, you benefit from my imperialism. So when we think of geopolitics of knowledge, that's where Busadi gets it right. That we read from our grounded context and we create these grounded knowledges. So Prof, thank you. Thank you to your family that shares so generously of you with us. That you are always willing to do this and that, even personally. I mean, I had a crisis 3 weeks ago and you were ready to jump in on the problem without thinking twice. So thank you for that. Thank you. I pity people who don't know who they have when they're around you. But like I told you yesterday, history will absolve us. So for now, colleagues, let us have our lunch. Professor Khatle, I'm sorry, the Christian spirituality and missiology is also here. Thank you, colleagues from different departments for supporting us. And Mrs. Khatle, thank you so much. Thank you. The Institute is here as well, Dr. Linda. Thank you so much. And Dr. Vumbi there, I see you as well. But before we go, in just 5 seconds, I'd really like, it's befitting. Professor Mchiselwa, can you please say something to our mother? And then we close off.
Thank you so much. Memutswadi, re ya leboha, and you have not only been my supervisor, you became my mentor, and waba Memutswadi. Ke leboga haholo ka lerato o mphileng lona, ke leboge le papa. Oh my daughter, siyabulela kakhulu, and I don't have much words. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Professor Mchiselwa and Dr. Mokoena, with those words of gratitude as we close. Lunch is ready, very ready. Could be getting cold. I hope there's some meat there, because I don't eat anything else but meat. Hermeneutics is the revolution. It is only through hermeneutics that Professor Madipoane Masenya is able to envision the liberation of women. It has been through hermeneutics, she says, that her predecessors like Professor Musala, Professor Mazamisa, and others have preoccupied themselves for the liberation of our people. Stop anything else that you are studying and study hermeneutics. You see, only Prof Musala is clapping because they still don't get it. They still don't get it, you know. The present researcher, I'm closing with this paragraph from the work of Professor Masenya. The present researcher, talking about herself, like many reformist women, liberation biblical scholars, argues that though the Bible emerged from patriarchal cultures and contains elements oppressive to women, it also has liberative elements. Through the use of socio-critical hermeneutics, alluding to Jürgen Habermas, for those of you who are in the blank where hermeneutics is concerned. And there, Habermas of the Frankfurt School, where they were more sharp in Marxist critique and also psychoanalysis. I'm talking not in a counseling room, but in the reading of texts. Okay? I said to you, stop whatever you are studying and study hermeneutics. Through the use of socio-critical hermeneutics, reception criticism, and historical criticism, evidence supporting this came to light as the present researcher reread Proverbs 31 from a Bosadi critical perspective. Now, one last thing that's important, that's highlighted here, that you should remember if you forget everything we say here. Professor Masenya's contribution hermeneutically is that no one should read the Bible for you. You must read and interpret the Bible for yourself from your own lived experiences. In that way, you may remain free. But otherwise, you will suffer oppression forever. On that note, lunch is served. Thank you. Older people can go first.
Colleagues, sorry, can we, let's first give a chance to the family and then elderly people and then the rest can follow. Thank you.
you.